Chapter 1. Donglan Town, Shao Mansion. Hoo-hoo! Shao family's backyard. In the spacious garden, there was a pale-faced young man in a horse stance, punching out with his fists. The sun was high up in the sky, but under the sun his body was trembling slightly. Trembling. Xiao Yang felt a chill coming from the bottom of his heart. His whole body was cold, and the air he exhaled did not carry any warmth. Recently his head was still groggy, and his mind was not clear. Moreover, he kept having strange yet familiar dreams. Xiao Yang was sleeping on a couch, and the rays of the scorching sun directly pierced his skin. Because of the cold poison in his body for the past 3 months, he could only feel a trace of warmth at this time every day. "Xiao Yan-gij, I brought the pills." Hearing the voice, it was as clear as the sound of nature, like a spring breeze. Hearing this voice, Xiao Yang's pale face revealed a smile. This was the most comfortable time of his day. He turned his head and looked over. He saw a beautiful girl of 17 or 18 years old. She had willowy eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and delicate cherry lips. A strand of black hair flowed down, and a living beauty came into view. This girl was his childhood sweetheart, the eldest daughter of another family in Donglan Town, the Lin clan Lin Shanshan. She was also the reason why Xiao Yang was able to stand up again after falling from the altar of geniuses. "Shanshan, it's been hard on you." The girl came closer. Xiao Yang slowly stood up, and the smile on his face revealed a trace of satisfaction. Seeing Xiao Yang stand up, Lin Shanshan leaned forward and held his shoulders, and a warm smile blossomed on her face. "Xiao Gij, you should sit aside first. Shanshan will give you the medicine." For the past 3 months, Xiao Yang had eaten a lot of natural treasures and various pills from his family. His cultivation had been regressing, and the strange thing was it seemed that the more natural treasures he ate, the more his cultivation regressed. Xiao Yang's face was filled with tenderness. The 3-month-old girl had never left him. Every day, she would bring him pills and help him consume them. She would also ask about his condition. The healing elixirs that Lin Shanshan prepared were the only ones that could help his body and cultivation recover a little. They could also provide a little warmth to his poisoned body. He had taken the elixirs that Lin Shanshan prepared every day, and he had been taking them continuously for 3 months now. A pill the size of a thumb was slowly fed into Xiao Yang's mouth from Lin Shanshan's hand. The girl's lips parted slightly as if she was coaxing a child. Gulp. Xiao Yang swallowed the pill and squinted his eyes. After swallowing the pill, a warm current spread out from within his body. His cultivation had weakened from the peak of martial warrior to martial disciple. In an instant, his cultivation had increased slightly. "Shan, if it weren't for you taking care of me for the past 3 months and giving me pills every day, I, Xiao Yang, might not have been able to walk out of the valley and live to this day." Xiao Yang opened his squinted eyes and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "It seems that it's time to return to the martial house." At the same time, he was somewhat reluctant to part with Lin Shanshan. In the past, he was also a genius of the martial house. Now he could only stay in a small family and wait for death. In the past 3 months, the former genius had suffered so much disdain. Xiao Yang felt that it was all thanks to Lin Shanshan that he had been able to withstand such a strong contrast. It was her daily care and the medicinal pills that had supported him to survive. Since I was young, it was Brother Xiao who took care of me. The reason I fell into the poison pool was because I was looking for the yuan fruit. I was chased by the poisonous beast. You don't have to thank me." The girl's face had a smile from beginning to end. Lin Shanshan did not change because of Xiao Yang's gratitude. Since we went there together, encountering the poison beast was also something unexpected. I can only say that I was too careless. Hearing the girl's words, Xiao Yang felt a little guilty. At that time, his cultivation was not bad. Because his cultivation was smooth, it was inevitable that he was a little reckless and careless. Before Lin Shanshan could speak, Xiao Yang pursed his lips, I can only blame myself for being too arrogant at that time. Otherwise, I would not have ended up like this. Brother Xiao can rest assured. Lin Shanshan comforted, but the next sentence was somewhat flaunting. I have already broken through to martial artist. You can also be free. Rest assured? Free? Xiao Yang looked at her with some doubts. He had a feeling of being a genius at the end of his road. He did not hear the change in Lin Shanshan's tone. If it were not for the accident, his strength would not have regressed to the 8th rank martial disciple. He would have been a martial artist long ago. Now he might be preparing to break through to the martial master realm. The two of them grew up together. It could be said that they were childhood sweethearts, the union of a beauty and a genius, holding hands until they were old. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat suddenly sped up, heavily pounding on his originally weak body. Xiao Yang felt his whole body twitch and panic followed. He did not know what had happened to his body. His head was dizzy, and his sitting body naturally leaned back. The beautiful girl in his line of sight no longer had her kind smile on her face, only a cold face. Then the clear sky came into view. Lying on the couch, a warm feeling flowed from the corner of his mouth. The scene Xiao Yang saw became blurry, and that cold face was deeply imprinted in his mind. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. The breeze was silent and there was no one around. Xiao Yang felt that his life had come to an end and was quietly passing away. When a former genius was about to die, he was so insignificant to this world. The young girl left without a sound. Xiao Yang felt exhausted and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. At the moment of his death, that cold face deeply imprinted in his mind also became blurry. Instead, it was replaced by that familiar, all kinds of fragments, as well as that familiar yet unfamiliar inheritance of knowledge. I was poisoned by a chronic poison. 3 months in a row. That's enough to kill me. Unable to speak, Xiao Yang's consciousness was incomparably clear, and he wanted to understand his body's condition. Is it Shanshan? She's so scheming. Why would she treat me like this? Xiao Yang was poisoned, and the pill poison and cold poison both exploded. He felt cold air coming from the bottom of his heart, and his whole body was cold. Even the air he breathed out condensed into frost. He found it hard to understand Lin Shanshan's actions. 3 months ago, he went out to the 1,000 Poisons forest to search for the primordial fruit for Lin Shanshan and fell into the poison pool. After escaping with his life, he was poisoned by the cold poison. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? Previously, he relied on pills to hang on to his life, and his cultivation regressed every day. He was in a trance. The once high-spirited youth of the Xiao clan, the martial arts genius Xiao Yang, was now reduced to a cripple. His body was weak, and he needed someone to serve him every day. He could not do anything about his body and could only wait for death. Now he was being fed a chronic poison by Lin Shanshan and was about to die from it. The sorrow made him feel despair, and more than that, he was unwilling to accept it. No, I can't die. I can't die in such an insignificant way. Under Xiao Yang's deathbed struggle, his mind, which was originally not clear, continuously having strange yet familiar dreams, became clear. In the dream, he dreamed that he was a peerless powerhouse who had once stood at the peak of the world. He cultivated an unparalleled poison art, and he practiced the art of refining pills with poison. It could be said that he was alone in this world, and he was invincible. In the final breakthrough, he had already reached a powerful strength that could transcend this world, but he was betrayed by his direct disciple. He was besieged by many powerhouses, and he died. When he died, he erupted with all his strength, changing the environment of the entire world. He turned the world into poisonous lands, swamps, and poisonous beasts. After the successive blows not far from death, his spirit returned to its former glory. During the day, fragments of images appeared, and strange sounds rang in his ears. Perhaps it was a cultivation method, or a peerless powerhouse, or a method to use poison, or a method to refine a poison pill, or a method to temper the body with poison. Xiao Yang was tortured to the point of death. But at this time, it suddenly became clear. Many memories slowly appeared in his mind, one by one, as if they were returning to their roots. Awakening the poison body, ancient poison sovereign. I never thought that I would awaken my reincarnation memories at this time. A second ago, he was about to close his eyes forever and die. But now, Xiao Yang's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. He looked at the vast blue sky and white clouds, and his consciousness became increasingly clear. I, the poison sovereign, have been silent for 10,000 years. I have finally returned 10,000 years ago. The poison sovereign who wanted to transcend this world was besieged by powerhouses and perished. He was a supreme existence that shook the entire world. At this moment, a heaven-shaking undercurrent surged, a heaven-defying and intense conflict erupted. He was a supreme powerhouse who had awakened his memories and was reborn in the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 2. The fresh breeze and the warmth of the setting sun pierced his skin. At this moment, he had never felt so comfortable before. Seeing the light of day again, Xiao Yang couldn't describe what he was feeling. For 3 months, he had lived a life that was neither human nor ghost. Every day his body would feel cold and he couldn't cultivate. He suffered the torment of his cultivation falling. From today onwards, all of this would be a thing of the past. His memories as the honorable poison master came tumbling back. He had awakened many knowledge inheritances and knew many miscellaneous things. 10,000 years of reincarnation had blurred the past. He was now Xiao Yang, the genius young master of the Xiao family. "Xiao man, bring me a cup of water." With his throat burning, Xiao Yang shouted in a low voice. A young maidservant who had served him since he was a child quickly walked over to satisfy his needs. Gulping down the cup of water, he felt incomparably refreshed. He raised his head and asked coldly, "How long has Miss Lin been gone?" At noon, Miss Lin left with a smile on her face. "It's been 6 hours." The servant girl, Xiao Man, pursed her lips and replied. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's face revealed a sorrowful expression. It seems that the trip to the myriad poisons forest 3 months ago was also secretly planned by her. In his previous life, when the honorable poison master was about to advance, he was also framed and betrayed by his closest disciple. In this life, his childhood sweetheart framed Xiao Yang and even wanted to take his life. He didn't expect that under the impact of the dual cold poison and chronic pill poison, his poison body bloodline would awaken. In my previous life, I went through countless trials and tribulations before I managed to cultivate the poison body. Only in the end did I have the strength. Coldness spread out in his heart. Xiao Yang's mouth twitched and he laughed. Looking at the desolate courtyard, he clenched his fists. In this life, I awakened this poison body at the brink of death. Coupled with my poison arts, who can stop me? In this world, the strong are respected. In front of absolute strength, no matter how many schemes you have, they are not worth mentioning. Young master. Miss Lin, she. Xiao Man stood to the side. She had served Xiao Yang since she was young and treated Xiao Yang as her own family. At this moment, she revealed a look of concern and sincerity. Xiao Yang was a little touched. Her? Don't ever mention this woman in front of me again. Young master. Xiao Man was a little hesitant. She knew how deep Xiao Yang's feelings for Lin Shanshan were. I'm fine. Xiao Yang smiled. How many storms had he not experienced before? Why would he care about a little girl? Fighting with the heavens and earth. Fighting with people. It was an endless joy. Go and rest first. Xiao Man retreated. Xiao Yang's body was filled with cold poison and alchemy poison. He needed to circulate his poison arts to refine his body, remove the hidden dangers, and increase his strength. Xiao Yang's poison art continued to circulate, and his physique continued to improve. He felt that he was much stronger than before. Before this, his martial arts cultivation was not perfect, and his physique was lacking. But now his essence, chi and divine body had reached a perfect state. Ninth stage martial disciple. Breakthrough, warrior first order. After exhausting the remaining poison in his body tempering realm reached large success, and he advanced back to the warrior realm. Once again, he broke through a big realm without any obstacles. Everything happened naturally. The martial disciple cultivation art could only be considered a low-level cultivation art. At this moment, he was not even at the entry level of the poison art. Although his poison body was successful, cultivating the poison art required him to condense a poison vein in his body. Only when he reached the warrior realm could he start cultivating. He needed more poison to condense a poison vein. "Brother Xiaoyang, are you there?" Outside the small courtyard there was a shout. Xiaoyang opened his eyes and looked up. A 17 or 18-year-old boy walked in. The boy was timid as he stuck his head out. This person was from the Xiao family and Xiaoyang's same generation, Xiao Zhongtian. The two of them had a good relationship. Before this, Xiao Zhongtian had always followed behind the genius Xiaoyang and was his #1 lackey. Xiaoyang frowned. For the past 3 months, Xiao Zhongtian had never come to see him. But soon he let it go. Since he came, it meant that he had the heart. "Zhongtian, come and sit." "Why are you looking for me?" Seeing Xiao Zhongtian take a seat, Xiaoyang poured a cup of tea and asked with a smile. "Brother Yang, looking at your current situation, it seems that you are fine." "That's great." Xiao Zhongtian smiled. His eyes were moist and tears were about to fall. "Brother Yang, for the past 3 months, I saved up money and bought you a yellow high-grade antidote pill." "Yellow high-grade antidote." Xiaoyang was pleasantly surprised. Antidotes were divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Every rank had 3 grades. "I've troubled you." A yellow high-grade antidote pill was very precious to Xiaoyang. As a genius young master, his monthly salary was only 10 gold coins. A yellow high-grade antidote pill cost 30 gold coins. For an ordinary family disciple like Xiao Zhongtian, who only had a monthly salary of 5 gold coins, to save up 30 gold coins in 3 months to buy an antidote pill, one could imagine how difficult it was. "I'm not tired at all. Seeing Brother Yang like this makes my heart ache. I want to help you recover and live the carefree days of the past." Xiao Zhongtian said sincerely as he handed over the small brocade box. Inside, it was a high-grade yellow-ranked antidote. "You are too kind." Xiaoyang was touched. His face was still pale due to the cold air of 3 months. It was hard to tell if his body had recovered or if he had broken through. Receiving the brocade box and opening it, his eyes emitted a cold light. Inside the brocade box was a dark green pellet. It was indeed a yellow high-grade antidote pill, but for an ancestor who played with poisons, he could tell at a glance that this antidote pill was a poison pill. There was a type of antidote pill that used poison to fight poison. It was the one in his hand. However, this antidote pill could only cure poisons that countered each other. It was not useless against the cold poison in his body and the previous antidote, pill poison. On the contrary, to him, it was no different from poison. Poison on poison. The person behind Lin Shanshan, seeing that the chronic poison pill did not work, could not wait to take his life. Seeing that his plan did not work, the person behind Lin Shanshan wanted to use the same trick again. "Your strength has increased." Xiao Yang's expression didn't change. He felt a chill in his heart towards the actions of this lackey who had been following him all this time. "Yes, Brother Yang, I have broken through from martial disciple to martial warrior." Xiao Zhongtian's expression changed slightly. Then he smiled. "Brother Yang, I will pour you some water to dissolve the antidote pill and cure the cold poison in your body." Breaking through from a martial disciple to a martial artist was a huge hurdle. Only by breaking through the hurdle would one be able to break through. This was also the reason why Xiaoyang had entered the forest of 1,000 poisons to look for the Yuan origin fruit for Lin Shanshan. Good, very good. Xiaoyang smiled, but his tone was cold. Xiao Zhongtian did not notice. He was melting the antidote pill at the side, but his heart was excited. His eyes were shining. To be able to beat Xiaoyang into the mortal world and hit him while he was down. After this, he would receive 100 gold coins worth of resources. Gulp! Gulp! Without saying anything, Xiaoyang raised his cup and drank it. Such a great tonic poison was exactly what he needed to form his poison veins and start his poison arts. He could not wait to get more poison. As he watched Xiaoyang drink the poison in one gulp, Xiao Zhongtian's eyes slowly glowed and widened, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. Haha, Brother Yang, looks like you have recovered. I want to spar with you. Xiao Zhongtian had the intention of taking Xiaoyang's life while he was sick. The act of sparring caused the poison in Xiaoyang's body to spread rapidly. Obviously, the person behind Xiao Zhongtian who wanted Xiaoyang's life did not want to let him live a moment longer. Chapter 3. Whoosh whoosh. Spar. Xiaoyang spat out a mouthful of black gas. With the poison pill in his body and the poison in his body, his poison meridian was more than half formed. His poison art could be considered to be at the entry level, and he could unleash the power of poison arts. The poison art he cultivated was a remnant that he found in an ancient ruin. Together with his poison talent, he created the heaven-devouring poison art. This art could devour all the poisons in the universe and condense them for his own use. It was a powerful cultivation art that could transform poison into unparalleled strength. In the martial artist realm, one could use poison to condense a poison meridian, allowing one's spirit energy to carry poison. At the same time, by tempering his body with poison, his physique and martial arts cultivation would both improve. Once he cultivated, his strength would far surpass martial artists of the same level. All right, how do you want to spar? How about a life and death duel? Xiaoyang's pale face had a tinge of dark green. The veins on his body bulged, looking as if poison had spread throughout his body. It was a terrifying sight. This was a sign of poison overflowing during the cultivation of poison arts. However, it had no effect on his innate poison body. Instead, it had a miraculous effect of tempering his body. A life and death duel? Brother Yang. Haha, you're not joking, right? Xiao Zhongtian laughed. He was pleased with Xiaoyang's tactfulness. After questioning him, he did not give Xiaoyang any chance to back out. All right, then I won't hold back. Let's spar properly and have a duel. Xiao family martial arts arena. There were 2 people standing in the arena. Xiaoyang's face was pale, and the dark green color had long receded. Standing in the arena, his entire figure looked incomparably frail. Opposite him stood a young man with a cheeky smile. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. It was his former number 1 lackey, Xiao Zhongtian, who had the strength of a martial artist. Brother Yang, once in the arena, although it's said to stop when it's appropriate, it's hard to predict life and death in a martial arts duel. I hope you can bear with it. Xiao Zhongtian was in a good mood. He was overjoyed to be able to crush his former boss, a genius who had fallen to the mortal world, again and again. Cut the crap, let's fight. Xiao Yang laughed coldly. Xiao Zhongtian's strength was not worth mentioning in front of him. Buzz. Naturally, there was no lack of disciples passing by the Xiao clan's battle stage. Seeing Xiaoyang and Xiao Zhongtian standing on the battle stage, they began to discuss amongst themselves. Isn't that the genius Xiaoyang? How did you get together with his lackey? Could it be that he has recovered and wants to regain his former glory? You don't know, do you? I heard that the clan leader's son came back with some success in his cultivation and wanted to do something to Xiaoyang. So that's how it is. After Xiaoyang was poisoned, he no longer had the strength of a genius. With the title of a genius serves him right for this calamity. Xiaoyang turned a deaf ear to the discussions below the stage. In his eyes, he didn't place Xiao Zhongtian in his eyes. He didn't even place the person behind Xiao Zhongtian in his eyes. This time he only wanted to show his claws on the stage, so that those annoying flies would not fly around in front of him and annoy him. Young master, please come down. The sound of crying suddenly broke the waves of discussion. A young girl rushed out from the crowd. It was Xiao Man, the servant who had treated him like family since he was young. Xiao Man's face was full of anxiety. Her eyes were full of panic as she squeezed out of the crowd with tears in her eyes. She wanted to rush onto the stage and pull Xiaoyang down to avoid a fight. She knew very well that Xiaoyang's physical condition was extremely poor. If he were to fight recklessly, he would be seeking death. Therefore, as soon as she heard the news of the competition, she rushed over. Xiao Man was originally a servant of Xiao family. Her capabilities were weak, and she was held back by the disciples of the Xiao family. They didn't allow her to rush onto the stage and interrupt the fight. Xiaoyang, who was about to make a move, paused. Then his eyes turned even colder. Those who cared about him were worried and anxious. Xiao Zhongtian's intentions were murderous. Brother Yang, why don't you take this opportunity to catch up with Sister Xiao Man? Xiao Zhongtian teased when he saw Xiaoyang's silhouette stopping. Thinking back to the days when Xiaoyang was full of mettle and vigor, and now that he was in such dire straits, he was in a good mood and didn't forget to add, "If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult in the future." In his heart, after Xiaoyang was poisoned, his capabilities regressed. Because he agreed to give Xiaoyang the poison dan, his capabilities broke through a realm. He thought that he was strong enough and didn't put Xiaoyang in his eyes. Xiao Zhongtian felt that he was very magnanimous. He did not mind Xiaoyang and Xiao Man saying their goodbyes before they died. "Stop talking nonsense. Make your move." Xiaoyang frowned. Xiao Man's actions touched him. How could he allow this piece of trash who wanted to harm him to blaspheme her? He immediately made his move. Pa, firmament palm. He didn't want to expose his strength too early, since he hadn't mastered the poison art yet. Facing Xiao Zhongtian, he didn't use any martial art he knew, but the Xiao family's mid-grade martial art, firmament palm. Haha, firmament palm? I know it too. After Xiao Zhongtian's strength increased, he naturally obtained the opportunity to learn the Xiao family's martial art. This firmament palm was the martial art that made the Xiao family famous. Once one reached the martial warrior realm, they could learn it. Pa. Both of their palms faced each other and struck out. Like a piercing weapon, waves of chi waves appeared around their palms and spread out in circles. 3 consecutive explosions sounded in the air. Boom! When the 2 palms collided, there was a sudden explosion of chi waves. The sound of the explosion was so loud that it directly assaulted everyone's ears. The Xiao family's disciples were shocked. Most of them were only martial disciples. When facing a fight between martial warriors, they would be injured even if they got close. Haha, so what if you were a genius in the past? It's just that my family background is better and I have more resources. Today, I don't want to fight with you. Xiao Zhongtian caught Xiaoyang's palm and said arrogantly. He was only the descendant of an ordinary disciple of the Xiao family, and Xiaoyang was the son of the family's elder. Is that so? Xiaoyang did not deny the fact that the heavenly treasures and earthly treasures were abundant. However, there was a limit to one's strength. If a person only thought about his status and complained about others, then he didn't have the heart of a strong martial artist. Pa! Another explosion sounded. The firmament palm was the famous martial art of the Xiao family. Each explosion was stronger than the last. When mastered, one could make 7 consecutive explosions. It was comparable to a high-grade martial art of the Yellow family. You for explosions? Xiao Zhongtian's eyes were wide open. You're clearly suffering from the cold poison and the chronic pill poison. How are you still alive and so strong? Strong already? Xiaoyang smiled. Obviously, it wasn't over yet. He struck out again. Pa! Another explosion sounded. Firmament palm, 5 explosions. Crack! Yuah! Xiao Zhongtian's hand was pressed against Xiao Yang's palm, cracking as his joints were injured by the force of the palm. It's not over yet. Xiao Yang smiled and continued to strike. Pa! 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 7 explosions in a row. The firmament palm had been mastered. Crack! Ah! The bones in Xiao Zhongtian's hand flipped, and his sleeves were torn apart. The bones in his hand made cracking noises as they were forcefully broken. His entire body was struck, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. One move, just one move, and the outcome was decided. Xiao Zhongtian was defeated on the spot. His meridians were broken, his bones were shattered, and his martial arts cultivation was gone. On the other hand, Xiao Yang had a smile on his face. His expression was calm, and he didn't even move from his position. Chapter 4. Rumble. The hearts of the spectating Xiao clan disciples around the arena exploded with tempestuous waves. Could it be that the genius of the Xiao clan who had become a cripple had been cured of the cold poison and had returned? Of course, he has mastered the firmament palm, as expected of a genius. That's right. Even the family head, who is a peak martial master, would not be able to reach such a level of perfection. That's right, hearing the surprised voices. Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Zhongtian. He did not care about him at all, and turned to Xiao Man with a smile on his face. Xiao Man, are you all right? After experiencing betrayal and betrayal, one would know the value of true love. Xiao Yang was sincerely affectionate to this little servant girl who had taken care of him since he was young. Young master, you're all right. You're fine, you're really fine. Xiao Man's eyes were hazy and teary. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yang was fine, she was crying tears of joy. Silly girl, why are you crying? I'm fine. You should be happy. Xiao Yang stroked Xiao Man's long hair and calmed her down. Xiao Man's face turned red when she felt Xiao Yang's hand. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Haha, let's go back. Xiao Yang laughed, venting his frustration. The person who had framed him already had some guesses. If he did not die, the other party would jump out sooner or later. With the memories of the ancient poison sovereign that he had awakened, he was not afraid of the other party's schemes. The most important thing now was to find poisonous herbs, medicines, and beasts to increase his strength. Xiao Yang's disdainful gaze dealt a heavy blow to Xiao Zhongtian's fragile self-esteem. He was about to explode. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. A genius was a genius. No matter how hard he tried and how many schemes he had, he still could not beat an injured genius. He did not know that Xiao Yang's body had already recovered and his strength was slowly recovering. He only thought that he could not even compare to the poisoned Xiao Yang. The shame in his heart turned into anger. Die, I want you to die without a burial place. Xiao Zhongtian muttered, his eyes filled with madness. He reached into his bosom and took out a thumb-sized silkworm that was emitting cold air. He placed it on the wound on his right hand that was bleeding from the shock. When silkworm baby came into contact with the fresh blood, it woke up from its slumber and sucked his blood, taking away his strength. This made the guy who was already heavily injured even weaker and paler. The silkworm baby was obtained by Xiao Zhongtian by chance in a cave behind a cold pond waterfall in the back mountain of the Xiao family. Originally, the silkworm baby had suffered a calamity and was about to die. It was Xiao Zhongtian who saved it with spirit medicine. Normally, he would raise it by his side, and not only would it not harm him, it would instead be a great help to him. This silkworm baby had its own cold poison, and it could devour blood and poison for its own use. It could purify the poison and store it in its body, then use it to attack. Go! Xiao Zhongtian threw out his hand with all his strength. The silkworm baby carried a cold air, and its body emitted a blood-red light. Within the red there was black, and the dark red light flowed. It was obvious at a glance that it was highly toxic. It attacked Xiaoyang. Whoosh! The ice silkworm was extremely fast and could fly. The red light flew out from Xiao Zhongtian's hand and disappeared in a flash. Daba! Xiaoyang originally wanted to leave with Xiao Man, but he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He sharply felt that something was attacking him from behind. He turned his hand and caught it, holding the hidden weapon in his palm. So what if you caught it? Once you touch it, the poison will spread. It will be hard for you not to die. Seeing Xiaoyang's action, Xiao Zhongtian did not panic but sneered instead. Cold, ice-poisoned silkworm. Xiaoyang frowned as the cold air in his hand invaded. Then he said, bloodthirsty ice silkworm. This was good stuff. Xiaoyang looked at the proud Xiao Zhongtian, and he was even happier. The cold, ice-poisoned silkworm was already very precious. It could absorb cold poison, and the stronger the cold poison, the stronger the poison in the silkworm's body. However, the bloodthirsty ice-poisoned silkworm and the cold, ice-poisoned silkworm were inferior. Xiao Zhongtian did not recognize it, but how could his ancestor, Xiaoyang, who was familiar with poisons, not recognize it? This silkworm was naturally not poisonous and had its own cold air. It could allow cultivators to guard their heart and suppress evil thoughts. It was helpful in comprehending cultivation techniques, suppressing the spiritual energy in the body, and had a miraculous ability to steadily break through. However, this silkworm was impervious to poison and could absorb all poisons in the world and store them in its body, especially the blood of poisonous beasts, poisonous fruits, and poisonous grass. It could help it break through and purify the poison for its own use. He sighed with emotion. Xiao Zhongtian's luck was really good. However, he actually used such a treasure to smash people. It was simply a waste. If Xiaoyang obtained the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, he would let the ice silkworm purify poisons and refine all kinds of poisons, poison powder, and poison weapons. Once released, his enemies would turn into pus with no chance of survival. CSISI. Cold air emitted from his hand, and it spread out. Xiaoyang's palm began to freeze, and with cracking sounds, it extended towards his arm. The cold poison spread, becoming more and more intense. Xiaoyang did not have time to react. He pushed Xiao Man away and was frozen on the spot. Haha, dead, I'm frozen to death. Cough, cough. Xiao Zhongtian laughed when he saw Xiaoyang's entire body was frozen in ice. A layer of crystal spread out from his body, and the cold air was pressing. Young master? You this is? Xiao Man was pushed away. She staggered and stabilized her body. When she turned around, she saw Xiaoyang sealed in ice. She rushed over, wanting to get closer. The cold air spread out, and the closer she got, the stiffer her whole body became, making it difficult for her to get closer to Xiaoyang. Genius, a genius still fell in my hands in the end. Xiao Zhongtian's voice was loud, and it affected his wound, causing him to cough. Xiao Zhongtian, you dare to hurt young master Xiaoyang? Xiao Man was furious. Hearing Xiao Zhongtian's laughter, she pointed at his nose and scolded him harshly. If he's dead, he's no longer young master. Xiao Zhongtian had the support of the people behind him. He had done such a thing to harm his own people, and there were people who were willing to absolve him. Young master, Ayu. Xiao Man saw Xiao Zhongtian's smiling face without the slightest trace of fear. How could she not know that there was someone behind him? Someone who grew up in an environment of family strife was naturally not an idiot. Xiao Man sighed. Xiaoyang's father had gone out to search for the antidote for 2 months. Why hadn't he returned yet? Anxious, Xiao Man gritted her teeth and made a resolute decision. She rushed toward Xiaoyang and hugged him. Crack! Crack! Xiao Man hugged Xiaoyang, and the cold air from his body spread out, wrapping her in ice. Xiaoyang, who was wrapped in ice, naturally knew Xiao Man's actions. Xiao Yang did not hesitate and began to circulate the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical incantation to resist and digest the cold poison and condense his poison veins. At the same time, how could Xiao Yang let the bloodthirsty ice silkworm go? The cold poison and pill poison in his body erupted. The poisonous spiritual energy passed through the ice and spread to his hand, attacking the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. It was true that the bloodthirsty ice silkworm could devour all kinds of poisons in the world, but the poison cultivated by the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical incantation was naturally under Xiao Yang's control. How could it be easily absorbed by him? On the contrary, the more poisonous spiritual energy it absorbed, the more poisonous spiritual energy it had in its body, and the easier it would be for Xiao Yang to control the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. At this moment, the battle within Xiao Yang's body had gone through a few exchanges of fire. Both sides were attacking each other, and the battle was progressing extremely quickly. Outside, Xiao Yang and Xiao Zhongtian were hugging each other like ice sculptures. Xiao Zhongtian was arrogantly venting his weak presence, flaunting his strength, which made people feel disgusted. Genius, so what if you're a genius? You were still defeated by me. Xiao Zhongtian only felt that the bloodthirsty ice silkworm was his. So naturally, defeating Xiao Yang was due to his own strength. Crack! Just as Xiao Zhongtian was roaring in excitement, the ice sculpture on the edge of the stage let out a crisp sound. The aura of the person sealed in ice was rising steadily, as if he wanted to break free. Chapter 5. Kung Chong. The ice shattered and Xiao Yang broke free. Before Xiao Zhongtian could react, Xiao Yang pointed his finger and a white light flashed. It hit Xiao Zhongtian and froze him on the spot. Hiss! Hiss! The situation took a turn for the worse. Xiao Zhongtian was frozen into an ice sculpture. Buzz! Buzz! The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. After they reacted, they burst into discussion. Xiao Man, are you all right? Xiao Yang ignored the discussion. He lowered his head and looked at Xiao Man with a smile. I'm fine. Xiao Man's body was cold. Her face was pale and flushed. She found herself hanging onto Xiao Yang's body and quickly got down. Haha, it's good that you're fine. Let's go back. Xiao Yang was annoyed by the discussion of the disciples. Since no one dared to speak up for him, he was disappointed in the Xiao family. Since he did not want to stay here any longer, Xiao Yang naturally brought Xiao Man away. He had gained a lot this time. He had condensed more than half of his poison veins and tamed a bloodthirsty ice silkworm. He was overjoyed. He urgently needed to find some poisonous herbs for his cultivation and to raise the ice silkworm to make it stronger. He did not have time to waste on the discussion of these Xiao family passers-by. How dare you, Xiao Yang? How dare you harm your own clan? Just as Xiao Yang was about to leave, a shout rang out like thunder. Xiao Yang raised his head and saw a young man hugging a woman. The woman was naturally beautiful and had a smile on her face. This woman was Lin Shanshan. As for the young man, he had an aura with every movement. He actually had the strength of a martial master. Xiao Chen, why are you here? The young man was called Xiao Chen. He was the son of the head of the Xiao family. He was once a talented person. However, he had always been second to Xiao Yang. He was the eternal number 2 genius of the Xiao family. However, after 3 months, he broke through and became a martial master. As for Xiao Yang, he was originally at the peak of the martial disciple realm, but he had regressed to the 8th grade of martial disciple. Things had changed with the passage of time. The difference in their circumstances could be said to be like heaven and earth. In a short 3 months, this latecomer had surpassed Xiao Yang and became a martial master. Haha, if I didn't show up, how would I know that you were going to harm your own people? If I did not appear, would you be able to kill the disciples of a Xiao family as you please? Xiao Chun replied with a smile, appearing pleased with himself. The originally unreachable prodigy that he had always been unable to catch up to was now reduced to a piece of trash. His cultivation level had even regressed, leaving him far behind. Only he could understand how he felt when he surpassed the person he wanted to chase after. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Xiao Zhongtian wanted to harm me. I was only retaliating. Xiao Yang wanted to explain, but halfway through, he saw Lin Shanshan and understood. He sneered, I understand now. It's you. You arranged everything? He poisoned me with cold poison, got Lin Shanshan involved in framing me, gave me a poison pill, and even got Xiao Zhongtian to give me a fatal blow. It's all because of you. You're the one who's controlling everything behind the scenes. That's right. It's all because of me. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Since he admitted it, so frankly, he said, since I did it, I never thought of hiding it. There is no need to hide it. Why? Xiao Yang frowned. Xiao Chen admitted it, so brazenly. It looked like the other party felt pressured and was certain that Xiao Yang could not do anything to him. No reason. I just don't like you pressuring me. As for what you said, it's just empty words. There is no proof. Even if I admit it, who can hear it? You said it. Will anyone believe you? Xiao Chen whispered to Xiao Qin as he looked at everyone. Furthermore, you sealed Xiao Zhongtian in ice. Everyone saw it. That's right. We all saw you harming your own people. At this moment, Lin Shanshan smiled in agreement. She leaned into Xiao Chen's embrace like a little bird, inverting right and wrong, reversing right and wrong. Xiao Chen was incredibly arrogant, and Lin Shanshan was even more despicable. However, Xiao Yang did not argue. Strength reigned supreme. Arguing now would only make him a laughingstock. Then, why are you telling me this today? Your father is coming back soon. How can I keep you here until tomorrow? Xiao Qin spoke bluntly. Since his plan was seen through by Xiao Yang and he had to bear the responsibility of framing him, he did not mind speaking a few more words to a trash. This was especially so for this trash. Previously, he was an unreachable genius. Now that his identity had changed, he enjoyed the feeling of being superior to others. Father is coming back? When Xiao Yang heard this, his eyes lit up. A month later, it will be the triennial clan assessment. With your trash's strength, even if your father comes back, he will still die in my hands. What difference does it make whether he comes back or not? Xiao Chen's martial master aura erupted, suppressing everyone present. Xiao Yang's strength had just recovered to fighter one dan. Even if he had obtained the reincarnation memories of the honorable poison master, his strength would still need to increase day by day. It was impossible for him to become a fatty in one bite and become a peerless expert. Even if he did not fear Xiao Qin and could use poison to kill him, Xiao Yang was not a match for Xiao Qin, who was an entire realm lower than him. A month? Clan assessment. When Xiao Yang heard Xiao Chen's words, he muttered to himself. Soon after, his eyes lit up. All right, since I am not going to die today, I will let you off. In the clan assessment a month later, wash your butt and wait. The number one genius of my Xiao family will definitely return as an emperor. Return as an emperor? A month? Xiao Qin laughed coldly. He had broken through to martial master and could roughly determine Xiao Yang's aura. He was only a weak peak martial disciple, which was 2 realms lower than his martial master cultivation. Xiao Chen felt disdain for someone with such strength spouting such arrogant words. His opinion of Xiao Yang had dropped significantly. He knew that the genius of the past had already become trash. He could only talk big and was nothing to be afraid of. Yes, in the clan assessment a month later, I will let you return everything you gave me to you in front of everyone. I will defeat you fair and square. Xiao Yang did not fear Xiao Chen's actions at all. Xiao Chen was just a whetstone for him to become strong, a stepping stone. Xiao Chen needed time. 1 month was enough for him to increase his strength. He would be strong enough to let Xiao Chen know what it meant to be strong. On the path of the strong, even if Xiao Chen used schemes and schemes, he would not be able to catch up. Haha, there is a difference of 2 realms. You are poisoned and your body is worn down. You still want to return to your peak, even at your peak. At this time, you are no longer a match for me. Xiaoqin laughed coldly. He did not take Xiaoqin seriously. 1 month later, Xiaoyang would be able to increase his strength. Could it be that Xiaoqin could not do the same? Naturally, Xiaoqian's talent was not inferior to Xiaoqian's. Furthermore, he was the son of the Xiao family's clan head. Naturally, he would have more resources than Xiaoyang. In 1 month, he would be able to increase his strength and leave Xiaoyang far behind. For the sake of the clan assessment, Xiaoqian's father would definitely support him. Heavenly treasures, medicinal pills, and martial techniques would all satisfy him. He would do everything in his power to make him stronger. Good, just you wait. In the clan assessment a month later, I will let you know that the reason why the strong are strong is not because of your schemes and schemes. It is because of who is stronger. After obtaining a month's time, Xiaoyang was confident that he would be able to recover his lost strength. He would be able to become even stronger and temper his body. In the younger generation of this Xiao family, they would not be a match for him. Chapter 6. Xiao Family Pharmacy. The Xiao family disciples could receive cultivation pills every month for their own cultivation. As the son of an elder, Xiaoyang naturally had the right to receive a bottle of 10 low-grade, yellow-level, qi-nourishing pills. With Xiaoyang's current strength, it was enough for him to cultivate continuously for 10 days without any worries. The long line stretched for hundreds of meters, with hundreds of young talents lining up peacefully, showing the prosperity of the Xiao family. The younger generation had a successor and was thriving with each passing day. Look, isn't that Xiaoyang? Isn't he about to die? Yeah, this trash is about to die, yet he still wants to come here and compete with us for resources. Anyway, giving him the pills would be a waste. Why don't we wait a bit? Xiao family disciples were not forbidden from competing, as long as they didn't go too far. Even if they killed someone on the martial arts stage to settle the dispute, they wouldn't receive any punishment. The people who were talking did not know what had happened at the martial arts stage today. Seeing Xiaoyang's pale face, they naturally had other thoughts. It was not easy to cultivate, so they wanted to take his resources for themselves. Although there were only 10 low-grade, yellow-level, qi, nourishing pills in a bottle, which wasn't particularly precious, it was better than nothing. Not to mention, seeing the pills being wasted on a piece of trash who was about to die made them feel uncomfortable. Most of the Xiao family disciples present were only martial disciples. The people who were discussing how to snatch Xiaoyang's pills were naturally stronger than ordinary people. They were all in the martial warrior realm. They believed that their strength was higher than others, so they were able to obtain resources for their own cultivation. They believed that this was a matter of course. The strong were respected, and the winner was king. Weakness was the root of all sins. Xiaoyang heard the people in front of him talking and revealed a faint smile. Others thought that he would definitely be snatched away, but who knew that he had the same thought in his heart. If others snatched him, he would return the favor. There wouldn't be any trouble in the future, and he could also obtain more qi-nourishing pills, which would be greatly beneficial to his cultivation. Xiaoyang ignored the opinions of others. He only sneered inwardly. They still wanted to rob him? If he didn't rob others, then this group of weak ants should be thanking him. No matter how small an ant was, it was still meat. Xiaoyang was a particular person. He knew that cultivation was not easy and it was shameful to waste it. One by one, Xiaoyang moved forward slowly. With the sun shining brightly, Xiaoyang would not let go of such an opportunity. The fierce sun was extremely poisonous, and the heat poison was one of the poisons that he could not lack. The heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art could refine all the poisons in the world for one's own use. This wasn't just for show. Under the heat of the sun, even if the poison accumulated over a long period of time, it would be difficult for it to cause any harm to the human body. However, since he was in the queue, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to cultivate. Drop by drop, the heat poison slowly accumulated and hid in the poison veins in his body. By the time it was his turn, an hour had already passed. Wait. The person in charge of distributing the pills was naturally from the older generation of the Xiao family. He was from the same generation as Xiao Yang's father. After distributing 10 qi nourishing pills, he called out to Xiao Yang. Xiao family members were flourishing. After each generation, there would naturally be differences in aptitude. Those with average aptitudes would be arranged to manage the family's affairs, both big and small, to help the entire family run smoothly. The person in charge of the pharmacy was from the older generation. His name was Xiao Rixing. Uncle Shang. Xiao Yang called out. Xiao Rixing had a good relationship with his father. In the past, he had taken good care of Xiao Yang. When Xiao Rixing saw Xiao Yang's pale face, his expression changed slightly. After distributing the monthly allowance, he took out a bottle from his wide sleeve. Your father is not around. Seeing that you have made a breakthrough in your cultivation today, I believe that the cold poison in your body has improved. This bottle contains medial-grade, yellow-ranked qi nourishing pills. It was left behind by your father. I'm giving it to you. Thank you, Uncle Shang. Xiao Yang received the medial-grade qi nourishing pills and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. 1 medial-grade, yellow-ranked qi nourishing pill was equivalent to 10 medial-grade, yellow-ranked qi nourishing pills. There were 10 pills in this small bottle, which was equivalent to 10 bottles of monthly allowance. There were many descendants in the Xiao family. Xiao Yang naturally knew about the fickleness of human relationships. Facing the pressure from the clan head's faction, it was already rare for Xiao Rixing to stand out and help him. I'm also happy to see that you have recovered a little. Cultivate well. Although the cold poison in your body has not been removed, I believe that your father will definitely be able to find a way to cure it outside and ask for a miracle medicine to treat your body. Xiao Rixing felt gratified. His aptitude was not good. Originally, he had placed high hopes on Xiao Yang. However, fate made a fool of him. For a woman, Xiao Yang entered the myriad poison forest and fell into the cold pond. His talent and cultivation were all lost in a day. He felt that it was a pity. Xiao Rixing's aptitude was ordinary and his words carried little weight. He had also heard about the clan head's faction's suppression of Xiao Yang and his schemes, but there was nothing he could do about it. Thank you, Uncle Shang. Xiao Yang felt grateful to Xiao Rixing, but he had to make the best use of his time to cultivate. All right, you may leave. Xiao Rixing was in charge of the monthly distribution of pills. Naturally, it was impossible for him to chat at the side. He had to supervise the distribution of pills to prevent any mistakes from happening. To the clan head's faction, Xiao Rixing wanted to get closer to Xiao Yang's father. Now that Xiao Yang's father was not around, he naturally had to be more careful to prevent any mistakes. Nephew will take his leave. Xiao Yang cupped his fists and bid farewell. Outside the pharmacy, someone looked over. When they saw the medial-grade, yellow-ranked qi nourishing pills in Xiao Yang's hands, they could not wait any longer. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Yang also could not wait any longer. There were probably 7 or 8 youths there who had just received their monthly allocations and would probably receive another 7 or 8 bottles of qi nourishing pills. All pills were poisonous to some extent. If one ate too many pills, they would develop resistance and would not be beneficial to one's cultivation. However, to Xiao Yang, he was not afraid even if it was a pill that was beyond his level. If an ordinary person swallowed a high-grade pill, not only would it not be beneficial, but it would also be harmful. Their body would not be able to withstand the side effects of the pill toxins, which would harm their cultivation foundation. This was also the reason why Xiao Rixing gave Xiao Yang the pills after seeing that his strength had increased. Xiao Yang had obtained the reincarnation memories of the ancient poison sovereign and cultivated the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art. Naturally, he was not afraid of pills, pill toxins, poisonous herbs, and even poisonous pills. To him, the more the better. They were necessary for cultivation and the foundation of condensing his poison veins. Turning out of the Shao family pharmacy, there were indeed 7 or 8 youths following behind him. Shao Yang followed his familiar memories and walked unhurriedly towards the Shao family's back mountain. It was a remote area. After exiting the Shao family, they still hadn't reached the back of the mountain. There was a garden-like buffer zone between them. Strange rocks stood in great numbers. An empty space between the rocks was a bamboo forest. It was lush and verdant, full of greenery, and covered the sky. This was a good place to kill, rob, and do some shady business. He didn't know what the older generation of the Shao family was thinking. Why didn't they cut down the bamboo here? It was often said that people who returned from the back of the mountain with heavenly materials and earthly treasures had their treasures snatched away. As long as there was no danger to their lives, even if there was evidence, the family would not stand up for the weak. What the hell? The 7 or 8 youths who were tailing him couldn't wait any longer. Now that they had come to the holy land of robbery, how could they still be calm? They revealed themselves one by one, smiles on their faces as they arrived in front of Xiaoyang and surrounded him. Xiaoyang, let's see where you can run off to. You really don't know the meaning of death, since you brought us here. Among them was the Shao family's youth, Xiao Pai. He was overjoyed when he thought of the mid-grade, yellow-ranked qi nourishing pills he was about to obtain. As the leader, he could obtain 2. Good timing. Being surrounded by 7 or 8 young men, Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. Instead, he was a little happy. It was as if he had been given a pillow when he was about to doze off. He continued to cultivate with many pills. These people were giving him pills. How could he not be happy? Stubborn. Obediently hand over the mid-grade, yellow-ranked qi nourishing pills. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. Xiao Pai was certain that the leader of the group was a fighter too Dan. He was the strongest among them. Seeing that Xiaoyang was surrounded, he revealed an arrogant smile. Chapter 7. Be obedient and hand over your monthly supply of low-grade, yellow-rank qi nurturing pills. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiaoyang sneered in his heart, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Facing the encirclement of the crowd, he made an unusual move and returned Xiao Pai's words back to them. Xiao Pai and the rest were stunned. What's going on? Xiao Yang's strength had regressed, yet he still dared to say such words. Could it be that the poison had made him stupid? Ha ha ha. Then, the crowd reacted and burst into unrestrained laughter. Some even bent over and laughed until their stomachs hurt. Are you poisoned? Have you become stupid? Everyone in our group is basically at the 8th or 9th level of martial disciple. Brother Pai is even a 2nd-ranked martial warrior. Don't think that we don't know your strength. Even if you have recovered, you are only a 1st-ranked martial warrior. Who do you think you are? Are you still the genius Xiaoyang of the past? Do you think that you can defeat all of us with your own strength? Funny, really funny. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in the world. Since there is such a shameless person, he still thinks of himself as a genius. He can't forget his past glory. Accept reality. You are now a piece of trash who has been poisoned and whose martial realm has regressed. Everyone laughed and mocked Xiaoyang. Their tone was filled with disdain for Xiaoyang. Their words were filled with malicious intent, hitting Xiaoyang when he was down and insulting him. Noisy! Xiaoyang frowned and glanced at them coldly. His face became impatient, and he snapped, "Have you guys said enough? Look, this piece of trash is so pretentious that he doesn't forget to act pretentiously. I admire this kind of person. He obviously doesn't have any strength, yet he still wants to act like a big shot. How awesome is that?" Xiaoyang only said one sentence and was instantly drowned in saliva. Xiao Pai and the others didn't believe that Xiaoyang had any strength at all. They didn't realize that Xiaoyang had been very calm from the beginning to the end. Seeing that Xiaoyang would rather die than surrender and was unwilling to hand over the monthly pills, Xiao Pai was naturally very unhappy. He originally thought that Xiaoyang would surrender and hand over the pills with both hands. Who would have thought that he would spout such arrogant words, as if he was certain that they would be defeated? You still dare to be stubborn? Attack! Snatch the medicinal pills, beat him up, strip him naked, and tie him to the entrance of the bamboo forest. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. Ha! Brother Pai really knows how to play. Brother Pai is so mighty. He even wants to hang a stone on his little bird to refine his bird's energy. Good, well done. Xiao Pai and his men acted as if no one else was around. They were discussing how to punish Xiaoyang for not cooperating with them and teasing him after he was subdued. Cook a bird? That's more like an eagle. Xiaoyang was so angry that he laughed. You bunch of bastards. Since you dare to do this to us primes, then you're courting death. Take out your monthly allowance and pay for your offense. Before he finished speaking, he leaped forward and jumped out of the encirclement. He got into the horse stance and raised his hand, preparing to fight. Hey, since you dare to sneak attack us, let's attack together. Xiao Pai saw that Xiaoyang didn't have any intention of obediently following their actions, so he didn't say anything else. Good. The group raised their hands and legs and attacked Xiaoyang. Cloud pushing palm. Pa! 7 echoes combined into one. His comprehension of this medial grade yellow ranked martial skill had been brought to the point of perfection. He had entered the ancestor realm and was able to display the might of a superior grade yellow ranked martial skill. A strong wind suddenly blew, causing the bamboo trees to sway. Bamboo leaves scattered down, and sunlight shone through the bamboo leaves, illuminating the area with a misty green light. Bang! Boom! The group of people charged toward Xiaoyang, but they were instantly engulfed by the strong wind. The bamboo leaves turned into sharp blades and cut them, causing them to feel pain all over their bodies. They couldn't open their eyes or see anything. Danger! A strong pressure assaulted them, causing them to feel fear in their hearts. But they didn't know what was going on. Soon after, a strong force pressed down on them, causing them to feel pain. Their bodies were sent flying and fell to the ground. Some unlucky ones broke the main branches of the bamboo forest and were bounced back. They were badly mutilated. The wind stopped, and the bamboo leaves drifted down. Those who hadn't fainted raised their heads and looked over. There was a figure there, leisurely strolling through the courtyard, slowly walking over. You, Xiaoyang, it's you? Xiao Pai couldn't believe it. Was the person in front of him still the genius Xiaoyang who was injured and almost died? It's me, Xiaoyang said calmly. You're so strong? You subdued us with one strike? Xiao Pai couldn't believe it. You. If I used half a strike, I'm afraid. Xiaoyang's meaning was clear. If he used the firmament palm with all his strength, they would probably die. Since we're from the same clan, I'll spare your lives. Since you're pretending to be weak, you're acting like a coward. It's too shameful to do such a crazy thing. Xiao Pai finally reacted. Xiaoyang probably wasn't poisoned, he was just hiding. He was simply a scheming person. How terrifying. Hee. Since I'm sparing your lives, why don't you obediently give me your monthly allowance? Xiaoyang's commanding words left no room for doubt. At this moment, Xiaoyang had already begun to plunder the monthly allowance and other treasures from the unconscious people. You! Xiao Pai didn't faint, but his body was sore and he couldn't move. Seeing Xiaoyang's actions, he was furious. What? Do you have a problem with that? Xiaoyang's cold eyes flashed. He raised his head and looked back. Xiao Pai was terrified and didn't dare to look at him. He obediently took out his monthly allowance. You guys are lucky that you didn't faint. Take off your clothes and obediently tie yourself to the bamboo. You, Xiaoyang, don't go too far. Going too far? That's not right. Giving him a taste of his own medicine. Isn't this what you guys came up with? Xiao Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. I have to say, you guys really know how to play. Even I didn't think of that. Xiao Pai and the others were helpless. Under the pressure and Xiao Yang's cold eyes, they didn't dare to defy him. They took off their clothes and tied each other up. Finally, one of them tied himself to the bamboo pole. Seeing their performance, Xiao Yang was quite satisfied. In the future, you have to find 10 kinds of poisonous herbs, poisonous creatures, poisonous beasts, and other poisonous things for me every month. You guys wait, do you hear me? In the end, after thinking about it, he couldn't let this group of people go. It would be a waste of manpower. Everyone was silent. Some fainted, some faked it, and those who didn't fainted didn't dare to speak. You guys didn't hear me? Hee hee. Xiao Yang said and left the scene. Xiao Pai and the others let out a sigh of relief. However, not long after, there was movement in front of them. Xiao Yang had returned. In his hand, he was holding a corner of a wasp's nest. There were still wasps chasing after him. Didn't you hear me? I'll put honey under your navel and wait for the honey to slowly flow down. Those wasps are very happy. I heard you. Master Xiao, don't be impulsive. Xiao Pai felt a chill in his crotch. When he thought about the feeling of having bees on his body, he shivered in fear. He looked at Xiao Yang as if he was looking at a demon. Impulsive? That's right. This is the price you have to pay for being impulsive. Bear with it. Xiao Yang smiled and broke off a piece of the beehive. Yellow honey flowed out, and he flicked it towards their bellies. I'm leaving. Remember to give me poison on this day every month. Otherwise, you know what I'm capable of. His voice echoed in the bamboo forest. His figure had already disappeared. The big wasp's nest was also thrown to the side of the bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, miserable and bitter cries could be heard. Chapter 8. Xiao family's back mountain was filled with poisonous beasts and poisonous plants. It was an extremely dangerous place. Even so, there was no lack of natural treasures here. At the same time, it was also the Xiao family's foundation. Ordinary Xiao family disciples came to the back mountain to train, search for treasures, train themselves, and obtain resources. Only then could the entire Xiao family prosper and become stronger, able to stand among the many powerful families of martial Yang City. Today, Xiao Yang finished plundering Xiao Pai and the others and came to the back mountain. He wanted to find some poisonous plants and animals to refine qi nourishing pills for him to cultivate his poison cultivation. Furthermore, he had the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, which absorbed the many poisonous beasts and plants in the back mountain to refine the toxins and provide cultivation resources. In 1 month, how could Xiao Qin, an insignificant Xiao family genius, compare to him? Even if he was the son of the clan head and had countless resources, it would be hard for him to catch up to Xiao Yang, who had the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. The back mountain was filled with miasma. Xiao Yang looked up and saw guards at the foot of the mountain. The young geniuses of the Xiao family lined up to enter the mountain. They showed their Xiao family identity tokens and paid the entrance fee to enter the mountain to search for their own fortuitous encounters. The guards were absent-minded. They were very familiar with the entrance fee to the mountain. Even if they closed their eyes, they would not make a mistake. They discussed the changes in the back mountain. I heard that a valley appeared in the back mountain recently. There are poisonous beasts guarding the natural treasures in the valley. The natural treasures are about to appear. Are you talking about the red beauty vermilion fruit? The poisonous beasts guarding the natural treasures in the depths of the valley are not simple. No matter what, if I did not have to guard the foot of the mountain, I would also want to give it a try. I heard that the valley was originally a dangerous place. There are poisonous plants and beasts everywhere. It is very dangerous. Amid the discussion, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Poisonous plants, poisonous beasts, red beauty vermilion fruit, and other terms entered his ears. Naturally, he recognized the red beauty vermilion fruit. It absorbed the essence of the sun and through certain means could be converted into fire poison, which was very useful for his cultivation and the formation of poison veins. The poison veins were also divided into attributes, and it was not unchanging. The reason why he had not considered this problem before was that heaven and earth treasures were rare, and his strength was still too weak. The Heaven Splitter Poison Tyrant spell had not reached that level yet, and he needed to divide the attributes to perfect his poison veins. In addition, the valley was filled with poisonous plants and beasts and miasma. It was the perfect place for him to cultivate his poison arts. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang had already made up his mind. He had to go to the valley. However, the back of the mountain was so big that he didn't know where the valley was. "Little brother, we're going to explore the valley together. Are you interested in joining us?" Speak of the devil. Just as Xiaoyang was thinking about how to find the valley, he stepped into the back of the mountain and saw a group of 5 walking toward him. Valley? The valley where the red beauty vermilion fruit is? Xiaoyang's interest was piqued. The other party did not seem to recognize him, but it made sense. The Xiao family was flourishing, and many people had only heard of his name and had not seen him before. "Yes, I am Xiao Jingtian. I see that brother's strength is not bad. You can form a team with us to search for the red beauty, vermilion fruit." This group had 3 men and 2 women. The one who spoke was their leader, Xiao Jingtian. "All right, I also want to take a look at the Poison Valley." Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he agreed. Hearing Xiaoyang agree, Xiao Jingtian exchanged glances with the young girl beside him. Their bright eyes released a different kind of light, as if they had a tacit understanding. Immediately after, the 5 people started to introduce themselves. Xiaoyang casually created a fake name, Xiao Yi, to fool them. Through the introduction, Xiaoyang also knew the relationship between the 3 men and 2 women in front of him. Xiao Jingtian and the young girl beside him, Xiao Qiao, were lovers. The remaining man and woman were also a pair. The last young man was Xiao Jingtian's younger brother. The 5 of them were very close, and they cooperated well when dealing with the poison beast in the back of the mountain. With one look, it was clear that they had worked together for a long time and trusted each other. However, there was a faint sense of vigilance and wariness toward Xiaoyang. Occasionally, they would reveal their gazes to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang could tell that the 5 people in front of him probably had some ill intentions towards him and were secretly plotting something. When Xiaoyang made a move along the way, his performance was very ordinary and his strength was not obvious. "Elder brother Jingtian? I have never seen this Xiao Yi before. Is it really possible to get him to attract the poison beast?" "That's right, he is not strong. He is just cannon fodder." "Isn't that just right? What we need is cannon fodder. If the clan discovers that we are using him to attract the poison beast's attention and take the opportunity to obtain the beauty vermilion fruit, I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "We did it secretly. How many clan juniors died in the back of the mountain? Have you seen the clan do anything about it?" "That's right. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. If you are careless and unlucky, you can only blame yourself for dying. If you want resources, you have to fight with your life. Do you have any idea whether it is more worthwhile to fight with other people's lives or to fight with your own life?" Seeing that Xiaoyang was about to return after going out to relieve himself, Xiao Jingtian made a final conclusion and decision. "Io, we have been walking for half a day, but we still haven't reached that valley?" Xiaoyang pretended not to know. When he saw the few people exchanging glances, he smiled faintly, looking a little silly and sweet. Cannon fodder to lure the poison beast away? Xiaoyang thought inwardly. With his ability, how could he not hear the discussion between Xiao Jingtian and the others? In the end, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. The group moved forward in silence. Xiaoyang could feel that the deeper they went into the back of the mountain, the more vigilant Xiao Jingtian and the others were, and the better they were to protect him. Up ahead is the valley where the beauty vermilion fruit is. Xiao Jingtian stood at the top of a small mountain and pointed out the direction. Xiao Yang looked over. The valley ahead was filled with miasma, and weeds were growing everywhere. He couldn't see the situation inside clearly, and he couldn't see if there were any ferocious beasts roaring. Coupled with the fact that the sun was blocked, it gave off a gloomy and dangerous feeling. The mountains on both sides of the valley were steep, and the cliffs were so steep that they were almost vertical. The cliffs were filled with sharp and strange rocks. Because there was no sunlight all year round, there was water seeping out of the mountain and moss growing on it, making it even more difficult for people to climb up. The valley was 20 to 30 meters wide, and deep white bones could be seen on the ground. There were people, wild beasts, and ferocious beasts. There were even bubbles rising from the grass. With a single glance, one could tell that the grass was a swamp that could devour people. With a single glance, one could tell that this was a place of great danger. Not to mention the ferocious beasts guarding the beauty vermilion fruit. Just the environment of the valley was enough to cause great danger to people. There were definitely ferocious beasts and poisonous snakes hidden in the grass and swamp that could take people's lives at any time. At this moment, there was no one in the valley because it was actually quite hidden. The last time we came to this valley, we were chased out by the poisonous beasts before we even entered. Originally, there were 8 of us, but now there are only 5 left. Xiao Jingtian's meaning was obvious. The remaining 3 people would most likely die in the valley. After he finished speaking, he took out a medicine bottle and poured out a pill, handing it to Xiao Yang. Brother Xiao Yi, this is a yellow class upper level antidote. Seeing that we are about to enter the valley, the miasma is everywhere. Swallow one first to avoid being poisoned. We will enter the valley immediately. Antidote? All right, I'll eat it. Xiao Yang smiled and swallowed it. If this pill was really an antidote, he would have to reconsider and refine it a little before swallowing it. However, the pill Xiao Jingtian took out was obviously not an antidote. It only looked like a yellow class upper level antidote, but it was actually a poison pill. Xiao Yang would never reject any poison pill. The more the better, even if Xiao Jingtian did something later. So what? The valley was filled with danger, and it was hard to say who would be the cannon fodder. Ahaha, Xiao Yi, good, very good. Seeing Xiao Yang swallow the poison pill without even looking, Xiao Jingtian laughed loudly. The others also heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Brother Xiao Yi, this valley is filled with danger. Brother Xiao, please lead the way for us. Lead the way? Isn't that very dangerous? Xiao Yang pretended not to know and smiled. Dangerous, of course it's dangerous. Otherwise, why would we need a cannon fodder like you? Xiao Chaoer said with a smile when she saw Xiao Yang swallow the poison pill. Cannon fodder? What if I don't? Xiao Yang smiled coldly. As a disciple of a Xiao family, even if the competition was huge, he still felt some disdain for using such underhanded methods, even if he knew what Xiao Jingtian and the others did. The pill you ate is a poison pill. If you don't eat the antidote within a day, you will die from the poison. If you don't believe me, press on your chest. Do you feel a faint pain? Do you feel a tightness in your chest? Xiao Jingtian said confidently, as if everything was within his control. Xiao Yang secretly patted his chest. He was completely fine. The medicinal properties of the poison had been refined by him into his poison veins. However, on the surface, his expression changed. You guys, we are of the same race. How could you do such a sinister thing? Ha. So what if we are of the same clan to achieve our goal? Xiao Jingtian smiled coldly and looked at Xiao Yang with disdain. He felt that Xiao Yang's strength was weak, and even his thoughts were so naive. Good, very good. Let's enter the valley. Xiao Yang raised his head and looked at the sky. The time was just right, and the light was just right. He made a decision in his heart. So what if the other party treated him like a stranger? He gave the other party a chance. Since the other party did not take it, then they could not blame him for being ruthless. Chapter 9. We paid the price of 3 of our companions' lives to reach the end of the valley and see the red beauty vermilion fruit. Xiao Jingtian narrowed his eyes. The group of people walked through the miasma in the valley, cautiously moving forward. See the red beauty vermilion fruit? Could it be that you guys purposely spread this news? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. There weren't many people outside the valley, so it was clear that this valley wasn't exposed. This rumor was ambiguous. It only said that there were beasts guarding it and the red beauty vermilion fruit, but it didn't specify which valley it was. There are 3 people in front of us. I guess you guys have been waiting since the beginning. The 3 people in front were already dead, so Xiao Yang had reason to believe that the 3 of them were cannon fodder. The reason Xiao Jingtian spread this rumor was to find cannon fodder to pave the way for them. Let's go. Be careful. Up ahead is a dangerous place. There is a venomous, ferocious beast hiding in the swamp grass. Xiao Jingtian didn't deny it, giving off a feeling that everything was under his control. Ahead? Poisonous beasts? Xiao Yang raised his head and saw that the swamp was indeed more luxuriant. There were even bubbles exploding below, making it difficult to step on the ground. Where is it? Stopping. Xiao Yang pointed to the front. There was a large path that could accommodate people, which was even harder to find. Let's go. Xiao Jingtian nodded. He didn't want this cannon fodder to die so quickly. He still needed Xiao Yang to deal with the last flamingo beast. Hearing that the venomous swamp snake was right in front of him, Xiao Yang shouted loudly and dashed forward with big steps. Be careful. Don't make any noise. Don't alert the snake. Are you looking for death? It was already too late. Xiao Jingtian wanted to stop Xiao Yang, but Xiao Yang's action was too sudden. Before anyone could react, Xiao Yang had already rushed out. Ta, ta, ta. Hiss, there was more than one poisonous snake lurking in the grassy swamp. Xiao Yang's actions had undoubtedly provoked them, causing them to emerge and attack one after another. Xiao Yang dodged left and right. He looked like he was running in a panic, but every time he took a step, it was as if he was stepping on grass. He seemed to be walking between life and death, but at the last moment he would dodge. Amidst the shouts, Xiao Yang's figure flashed through the grassy swamp. Since he had run dozens of meters and was completely fine, he ran over. No, nothing. Xiao Jingtian was a little dumbfounded. This fellow had suddenly acted up and ran over. Was his luck that good? He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He looked at the people behind him and saw that they were all confused. What the hell was going on? The last time they passed this trial, one of them had lost his life. I think he's just lucky. Xiao Qiao. I met Xiao Jingtian's gaze and felt a little dumbfounded. This sudden incident was somewhat beyond her understanding. He clearly knew that there was danger, but he suddenly ran out screaming. In the end, he safely reached the other side of the valley and stood on a dry rock wall, looking at them. Brother Jingtian, he is lucky. The person last time was not so lucky. He was directly pulled into the swamp by the poisonous snake. That's right. He lost his life. We had better be careful. There's nothing wrong with being careful. The rest of the people had been waiting for Xiao Yang to lead the way. Now that the people who were leading the way had already gone ahead, they were still at the back. The area in front of them, which was tens of meters away, was filled with poisonous snakes. It was very dangerous. He. Friends outside, it's very safe here. Quickly run over. Just at this moment, Xiao Yang, who was standing on the rock wall without panting or feeling any pain in his waist, shouted with his hands covering his mouth. The people here were speechless. There was no danger. The bones of the person who lost his life earlier were probably still in the swamp. Is this person really stupid? Or... Xiao Jingtian's face turned gloomy. Was this person stupid or lucky? The question before them now was, should they enter or not? Come, let's go in. Be careful. Knowing what danger there was relatively safer. The sudden appearance of unknown danger was the most dangerous. Xiao Jingtian ordered, and the few of them followed closely behind, carefully moving forward. If the valley was exposed, they might end up looking for cannon fodder. If the cannon fodder took all the benefits, they would cry to death. What followed was extremely dangerous. The few of them opened the path, and it was abnormally dangerous. However, because they had experienced it before, they were mentally prepared. Only one person was bitten by a ferocious beast and venomous snake. "Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you?" She ran away without saying a word. When Xiao Jingtian saw Xiaoyang before him, he frowned and called him by his fake name, feeling somewhat displeased. It was very dangerous. I rolled up my sleeves and just did it. I was extremely scared at that time. If I didn't run for my life, would I have to walk slowly? Wouldn't that be more dangerous? Xiaoyang retorted, as if he didn't notice Xiao Jingtian's question. Xiao Jingtian was a little speechless. What he said made sense. Was this guy a hothead? If he was afraid of danger, he would run. It was that simple. He patted Xiaoyang's shoulder and comforted Xiaoyang, but actually he was comforting himself. Be careful, it's still very dangerous ahead. Dangerous? Tell me about it. I'm a little prepared. Xiaoyang stared at Xiao Jingtian cautiously. Xiao Jingtian was speechless and could only continue. Okay, I got it, Xiaoyang said. Seeing that everyone was resting, he asked, "Everyone has rested well, right?" Everyone was puzzled and looked at Xiaoyang. They didn't understand why he asked this. "I've rested well. Let's go." Xiaoyang didn't wait for anyone to answer. Under everyone's gaze, he knew the situation in the valley and ran away. It's dangerous. Everyone was sweating profusely. Did this guy really not know the danger, or was he pretending not to know the danger? Was he a hothead, or was he lucky? He ran away just like that. Let's go. Xiao Jingtian also felt very helpless after finding such a useless cannon fodder. Without cannon fodder, they might be in even more danger. What else could they say? Even if they didn't have enough rest, they still had to chase after him. In the miasma-filled valley, it was easy to have some unforeseen changes. Unknown dangers were changing all the time. Although Xiaoyang was reckless and rushed forward, it also let the people behind them know that there was danger ahead. However, at the same time, because Xiaoyang had alerted the ferocious beasts in front of them, the danger index of the people behind them had greatly increased, and they were now in greater danger. After going deep into the valley and encountering danger several times, Xiaoyang was completely fine. However, Xiao Jingtian and the others even had thoughts of dying. They were incomparably sullen and felt suffocated. Not only were all of them exhausted, but they were also all injured. Along the way, they could see the end of the valley about 100 meters ahead. There was a red vermilion fruit tree there. This place was terrifyingly quiet. There was no danger within a few dozen meters, nor were there any beasts. Chapter 10. Brothers, are you ready? When Xiaoyang saw that Xiao Jingtian and the others had just arrived, they were panting and gasping for breath. Everyone was in a sorry state, and some of them were even injured. He stared at them and said, excitedly, his eyes shining, What are you trying to do?" Along the way, Xiaoyang had been rampaging all the way here. Although no one had died, to Xiao Jingtian and the others, this hothead didn't use his brain before doing things. He had caused them a lot of trouble. The red beauty vermilion fruit is right in front of us. Xiaoyang scanned the group of people around him, and his eyes lit up. He turned to look at the deep valley in front of him and started running. Charge! Damn, this bastard. Xiao Jingtian was already on guard. He wanted to catch Xiaoyang, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, the other party slipped away. He couldn't stop him at all and could only helplessly say, "Let's go. Don't let him get the red beauty, vermilion fruit." At this time, it was useless to say anything. The red beauty, vermilion fruit was right in front of them. Without the guardian beast and Xiaoyang rushing out, who could care less? There was no time for them to think too much. They rolled up their sleeves and followed Xiaoyang. Charge! Everyone's faces were filled with bitterness. Along the way, they were battered and exhausted. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. Charge! The group had no choice but to rush over. 100 meters ahead of them was the Red Beauty Vermilion Fruit Tree. At this moment, the Red Beauty Vermilion Fruit Tree was hanging on the tree. Under the sunlight, it looked exceptionally bright red and gave off a faint red glow. It was very attractive. Ji. Xiao Yang rushed to the front. Xiao Jingtian and the others were a dozen meters behind him. When he got close to the Red Beauty Vermilion Fruit Tree, the sky suddenly became hot and waves of air swept down from above. The flaming bird flew over with a ferocious aura. As soon as it landed, it swiped out with its claws like an old man grabbing a chick, slapping Xiao Yang to the side. He flew a dozen meters and fell to the side. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ah, welcome. Welcome, fiery bird. Damn it, go, be careful of Flamingo's sharp claws. The incident happened so suddenly that Xiao Jingtian was already on his guard and prepared for battle. However, he was still caught off guard. The battle was about to begin. The aftermath of the battle blew up, and the place where Xiao Yang was at disappeared. At some point, Xiao Yang had disappeared. Xiao Jingtian and the rest did not notice that Xiao Yang had disappeared. Facing the flamingo in front of them, they were in great danger even if they were to go up against this flying beast. However, this time around they had come prepared. Icy underworld palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The temperature plummeted, and a cold wind blew in the valley. Xiao Jingtian's entire body was emitting cold air, emitting an ice-cold aura. Xiao Yang made use of Fiery Bird's might and the effects of the flames on his body. When no one was paying attention, he jumped and hid to the side. Through the gaps in the leaves, they could clearly see the flamingo rushing towards Xiao Jingtian and the others. Its momentum was astonishing, and its flames were overflowing. However, Xiao Jingtian was not a coward, and he was already prepared. He used the icy underworld palm, and the surroundings were filled with an icy cold mist. The temperature suddenly plummeted, greatly suppressing Fiery Bird's eruption. Quick, Xiao! Use your Ice Soul Divine Sword. Xiao Jingtian's expression was extremely solemn, and his eyes were serious and focused. At this moment, he couldn't be the slightest bit careless. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. Xiao! Couldn't be bothered to pursue the rash Xiao Yang's disappearance. Feeling the endless power of Fiery Bird in the air, her pretty face changed slightly. She didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. With a shout, she immediately pulled out the Ice Soul Divine Sword. With a clear clanging sound, a treasured sword with silver light flowing around it appeared. Fiery Bird, eat my sword, freezing heaven and earth. Xiao formed a seal with one hand and brandished the sword with the other, displaying her ultimate movement technique. With a light tap of her foot, her delicate and exquisite body instantly soared into the sky. Her figure repeatedly rotated, and along with her rotation, streaks of icy cold sword lights filled the air, unceasingly attacking Fiery Bird. The power of these sword lights wasn't very great, but the main point was that her cold aura was oppressive. The area within 30 meters was instantly frozen, and the temperature once again dropped. What a great Ice Soul Divine Sword! When Xiao Yang, who was hiding 30 meters away, saw this treasured sword that was like an immortal sword, his heart thumped. Especially after seeing the might of the treasured sword, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking around, under the envelopment of the Ice Soul Divine sword lights, the vegetation, rocks, birds, and beasts were all frozen alive, and one could even clearly see their appearance before they were frozen. Even Fiery Bird, that was covered in red flames, suffered an extremely great impact at this instant. The dense flames on its body instantly dimmed, as if it was extinguished by cold water. Chapter 11. Squeak! The flamingo raised its head and let out a sharp cry. Its 7 colored wings suddenly flapped, and a violent gust of wind suddenly formed, sweeping towards Xiao Jingtian and the others. This gust of wind was strong enough to blow away sand, stones, and trees. It was so strong that it hurt their cheeks and made them squint their eyes. Squeak! The flamingo let out another sharp cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a fireball that was about 10 feet in size. This ball of fire seemed to contain a terrifying destructive power. The moment it appeared, the void shook, and the grass and trees were instantly burned to ashes. An aura of death shrouded Xiao Jingtian and the others. Their faces changed, and their eyes revealed fear. Not good, that's the flamingo's void flame. If you touch it, you'll die. Quickly dodge. Xiao Jingtian roared again and again. He was frightened and hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and a huge crater appeared where they had been standing. Shocking heat spread out, and the grass, trees, mountains, and rocks within a radius of several meters were all burned. Even the huge rocks could not withstand the void flames burning. Ah! Save me, Jingtian Xiao, Two people let out painful screams. They were Xiao Jingtian's 2 companions. Their bodies were burning with the void flame. This kind of flame could not be extinguished. No matter if it was padded or covered with soil, the void flame was still burning. Quick, use your martial skills. Ice, water, and snow can be used. Xiao Jingtian shouted anxiously. Things were out of his control, and he felt a deep sense of fear. You guys are hopeless. Xiao Yang, who was still hiding and watching, shook his head and sighed. In his previous life, he was very clear about the terror of the void flame. Once touched by the void flame, nothing could extinguish it, and it would burn the person into nothingness. This was because this was not a flame but a poison. In Xiao Yang's eyes, he saw the feet of the 2 unlucky people being burned clean. The void flame was still burning that person's body, then continued to burn that person's hand, until it burned that person's head. No matter how the other party struggled or rolled, nothing could be changed. This scene was very terrifying. They were all cultivators. As long as their divine sense didn't die, they could feel the 6 senses of their bodies. In other words, they were tortured to death. The nihility flame only burned for 2 breaths of time. Xiao Jingtian no longer had the courage to continue fighting. However, he had already infuriated Fiery Bird. If he were to escape, he would definitely die. If he were to attack, he might have a 1 in a million chance. Attack with all your might. Xiao Jingtian screamed at the top of his lungs. His expression turned ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. His life and death depended on this moment. Xiao Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this. Although Xiao Jingtian's heart was a little evil, he had to admit that the other party's judgment and courage were worthy of praise. Interesting. Xiao Yang noticed the other scene and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. His eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. When Xiao Jingtian executed a martial skill to attack, he'd obviously noticed the other scene as well, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide as he roared in disbelief. Xiao! What the hell are you doing, bastard? He was completely flustered, because Xiao had suddenly slashed his younger brother and killed him. The Ice Soul Divine sword was still flowing with hot blood. The blood streaked across the sword and dripped onto the ground from the tip. You all want to die, but I don't want to die with you. Xiao. Oi's harsh and unrighteous side was revealed. She activated her cultivation and slapped the dead body. Immediately, the corpse flew towards Fiery Bird. When the corpse approached Fiery Bird, Lin Xiao said mercilessly, Xiao Jingtian, why aren't you putting away your cold ice nether palm so that the flame can ignite the thunderbolt bomb? Xiao Jingtian looked carefully and indeed saw more than 10 thunderbolt bombs on his younger brother's corpse. He hated Xiao's despicable methods and evil heart very much. This damned bitch even killed his younger brother for selfishness and self-preservation. However, he knew what the most urgent action at this moment was. He hurriedly put away the cold ice nether palm. Without the suppression of the cold air, Fiery Bird's flames instantly burned 10 meters high and coincidentally ignited the thunderbolt bomb. Boom! An explosion even more intense than before was heard. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was razed to the ground. It could be seen how terrifying the thunderbolt bomb was. "These guys are too crazy," Xiaoyang, who had already moved 300 meters away, muttered as he touched his nose in embarrassment. Fortunately, he had run quickly just now, or else he would have been killed by the explosion. He pondered for a moment and took a step forward. With one step, he moved 300 meters and returned to his previous position. They actually didn't die? Xiaoyang was greatly astonished. He saw Xiao, Qiao, and Xiao Jingtian fainted on the ground, and Fiery Bird was lying limp on the ground, dying. The feathers on its body had almost all fallen off, and only a few drops of flame were burning, indicating that it was about to die. Chapter 12. Who asked you to scheme against me? Now you're in for it. Xiaoyang walked around them and clicked his tongue. As the saying goes, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He was the last one to laugh. He was also very curious as to how they survived the explosion. Since he couldn't figure it out in a short period of time, he was too lazy to observe. Looking at the ice-soul divine sword that had fallen to the side, he grabbed it without saying a word. Then he smiled proudly and said, "This treasured sword will be mine from now on. He would rather kill than miss this opportunity." He hurriedly searched Lin Qiao and Xiao Jingtian's bodies and took all the cultivation resources to fill his pockets. After that, he walked towards Flamingo. Flamingo's eyes were dim and filled with the aura of death. It knew that there was a human nearby, but it could not do anything. The nihility flame is a good thing. Only the flamingo can breed it. The flamingo is also an uncommon species. Its fighting power is astonishing. If it wasn't hit by more than 10 thunderbolt bombs, it might not have fallen to such a state. Xiaoyang frowned as he pondered. Soon he had an idea. He walked in front of Fiery Bird and said loudly, "Fiery Bird, I will give you 2 choices. The first is for me to kill you and take your dantian. The second is for you to submit to me and follow me. If you choose to follow me, then nod your head." Xiaoyang waited for a while and saw Flamingo weakly nod its head. He was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Flamingo to be slightly human. Seeing Flamingo in such a miserable state, Xiaoyang could not bear it. After all, Flamingo was willing to follow him. He hurriedly activated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique, condensed his own poison, and injected it into Flamingo's body. Following the injection of his main poison, Flamingo's injuries gradually improved. The flames also began to spread again. After stabilizing the injuries, Xiaoyang stopped. Fiery Bird was already able to stand up. It squeezed out a bit of blood from between its eyebrows and delivered it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang understood that this was the blood between its eyebrows. As long as he could control this blood, it would be equivalent to controlling its life. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyang took the blood essence from the other party's eyebrows. Then he heard a thought appear in his mind. Little Huohua greets master. Xiaoyang, who had the memories of his previous life, was not surprised at all, so he did not make a fuss about it. In his previous life, he was the eternal poison, Venerable. He had even possessed higher-level demon beasts, let alone a mere flamingo. The scarcity of flamingo was only hard to find in Danwu town. However, one should not underestimate Fiery Bird. Fiery Bird's cultivation was comparable to a 6th-level martial master. Ordinary people were not his opponent. Xiaoyang could let it protect him. He could also use its nihility flame to cultivate because the nihility flame itself was a kind of poison. Flamingo, go. Find a safe place and help me break through. Xiaoyang instructed. He now had sufficient resources. With Flamingo's support, he could absorb enough energy to break through his cultivation. He could not wait to break through. One must know that in a month he would have a life and death duel with Xiao Qin, who was a martial master. This was not only a grudge between the two of them, but also a contest between the various factions. He could not lose, whether it was for his father or for himself. Flamingo was already familiar with this place. In a moment, it brought Xiao Yang to a cave. Xiao Yang checked his surroundings. After confirming that it was safe, he began to cultivate. He first swallowed the cultivation resources he had previously collected. Then he let Flamingo spit out the nihility flame to help him cultivate. This nihility flame was really a good thing. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Xiao Yang had the heaven-devouring poison technique to control and refine it. Otherwise, he would not dare to take the risk. Xiao Yang felt his strength gradually increasing. After increasing to a certain extent, he seemed to have touched a layer of membrane. Then, this membrane was broken through by his cultivation. His entire person was refreshed. The power flowing in his body also increased by several times. His aura also became more terrifying than before. Second-level martial warrior. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. In a short period of time, he had broken through from martial disciple to martial warrior. Now he had reached second-level martial warrior. His speed was so fast that it was almost unparalleled in the entire Danwu town. With a flip of his hand, he took out the Red Beauty vermilion fruit. The energy contained in the Red Beauty vermilion fruit was not something the qi-nurturing pill could compare to. Xiao Yang believed that as long as he took one, it would be enough for him to break through again. Just thinking about it made him excited. But now he was a little reluctant. Firstly, he had just broken through and needed to adapt to it. Secondly, Flamingo was eyeing him covetously, drooling with a face full of desire. Xiao Yang knew that the Red Beauty vermilion fruit was Flamingo's favorite. Otherwise, Flamingo would not guard the Red Beauty vermilion fruit for no reason. Fortunately, there were 2 Red Beauty vermilion fruits. Otherwise, he would not have given Flamingo any face. However, on account of the fact that Flamingo was already following him and there were 2 flamingo fruits, he simply tossed one of the vermilion fruits to Flamingo. Flamingo was suddenly very excited. It squeaked and opened its mouth, swallowing the Red Beauty vermilion fruit. The moment it swallowed, the flames on Flamingo's body suddenly soared. The intensity of the burning was more than 3 times stronger than before. Its aura also became more terrifying. With a squeak, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flame. A small hill 10 feet away was hit and shattered on the spot. Damn, this is actually a martial arts grandmaster. My goodness, no wonder Flamingo would fight with the people who snatched the Red Beauty vermilion fruit. Xiao Yang was amazed. Looking at the time, he had already spent a lot of time here to break through. It was time to leave. After leaving the cave, he returned to the place where the fierce battle had taken place. He saw that Xiao Qiao and Xiao Jingdong were still unconscious. He did not even look at them. Instead, his gaze fell on the poisonous grass, poisonous insects, and poisonous wood in the distance. His eyes were emitting a green light. Oh my God, I forgot about it just now. This is my paradise. Poisonous things are all good things. My cultivation depends on you guys. Thus, Xiao Yang was like a big bad wolf that had met Xiangyang. He hurriedly pounced and wolfed down piles of poisonous grass, poisonous wood, and poisonous stones. He also caught many poisonous insects, poisonous snakes, and poisonous scorpions. After crazily fishing for half a day, he had almost squeezed out all the poisonous vegetation in the vicinity. As for the poisonous animals, it was as if they had seen their nemesis. They all distanced themselves to avoid being eaten by this birdman. They had always been the ones scaring people. This time they were scared because this human was not afraid of poison at all. It was too abnormal. They could not afford to offend him, but they could hide from him. Hey, wake up. After a big harvest, Xiao Yang once again acted like a hothead. He came to the 2 of them and woke them up. Chapter 13. Cough, cough! Under Xiao Yang's shaking, Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao, Er's bodies felt as if they were about to fall apart. They had just woken up and couldn't help but cough repeatedly. This was a sign that their injuries were extremely severe. Xiao Yang, it's you. After Xiao Jingtian saw the person clearly, he was somewhat shocked and astonished. He couldn't believe it. Even if he was a 6th-ranked warrior, he had suffered irreparable injuries this time. However, this damned idiot was only a peak martial disciple and was completely fine. This was a huge blow to him. If Xiao Yang was already dead, he would feel a little better. He still didn't know that Xiao Yang was the biggest beneficiary of this incident. He also didn't know that Xiao Yang had already broken through to the 2nd-ranked warrior realm. He had always thought that Xiao Yang was just a trash that could be easily bullied. This trash just had to have a heaven-defying luck. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Xiao Qiao, who had just woken up, was still a little dazed at first. She scanned her surroundings and checked her own injuries. She felt that they were extremely serious, and her tender and pretty face could not help but turn gloomy. Her eyes were filled with resentment and anger. She angrily shouted at Xiao Yang, "Xiao Yang, all of us are either dead or seriously injured. Why are you completely fine?" At this moment, she still thought that she was superior and could order Xiao Yang around and casually scold him. Xiao Yang, who was playing the role of a hothead, originally had a sympathetic and friendly expression. After hearing the other party's scolding, he lightly snorted and put down Xiao Jingtian, who was supporting him. Xiao Jingtian was caught off guard and his body hit the ground. His injuries worsened and he groaned in pain. Xiao Yang moved to the front of Xiao Qiao in one step. He raised his hand and slapped Xiao Qiao in the face. Then he asked with a cold face, "If it weren't for me, you would have been bitten by the jackal poisonous beast here. It's fine if you don't feel grateful, but how dare you talk to me in such a superior tone? Do you want to die?" Xiao Qiao was instantly dumbfounded. Since she was young, relying on her beautiful appearance and outstanding talent, she had been pursued and fawned upon like a fairy. Who knew how many outstanding disciples were willing to die for her? However, this damn trash actually dared to hit her. She suddenly felt so wrong that she cried. She shouted angrily, "Xiao Yi, you bastard, are you a man? You hit me, I'm going to kill you." She struggled to stand up, but before she could steady herself, her legs gave way and she staggered. She couldn't even muster the strength to stand up and fell to the ground again. Xiao Yang watched expressionlessly from the side and didn't have the slightest intention of helping her. This made her so angry that her face turned purple and she cried even louder. No one had ever treated her so coldly, not to mention that the person in front of her was just a trash. Shouldn't this kind of person be racking his brains to pursue her? Although Xiao Jingtian also wanted to ask how Xiao Yang avoided this disaster, he decisively shut his mouth when he saw Xiao Qiao's fate. If it was in the past, perhaps he would still pity Xiao Qiao. However, ever since Xiao Qiao killed his brother in order to save her life and even planned to betray him, his heart had already died. This kind of heartless bitch wasn't worth his pursuit. Xiao He, in that case, I still have to thank you. There are many poisonous insects and beasts here. If it weren't for you, we might have all died. Xiao Jingtian saw the situation before him clearly and decided to express goodwill to Xiao Yi first. Now, no matter if it was him or Xiao Qiao, their injuries were extremely serious. Even an ordinary person would be able to kill them, not to mention Xiao Yang, who had cultivation. Moreover, in this desolate place, even if they were killed, they could lie that they were eaten by demonic beasts. Then they would have died unjustly. They could only pass this hurdle and wait for the two of them to recover their injuries and cultivation. At that time, wouldn't they be able to casually pinch this hothead? Fortunately, this guy was a hothead and didn't have much brain. He couldn't even see that he had been schemed against previously. At this moment, he could continue to make use of him. His eyes turned and pondered for a moment before he smiled and said, Brother Xiao Yi, I'll give you this rank 1 middle grade, yellow, rank Qi nurturing pill. Take it as my thanks to you. I hope that we can still work together in the future and overcome the difficulties together. He even changed the way he addressed Xiao Yi and became friendly and approachable. However, when he touched the pills on his body, he was instantly dumbfounded. Where are my pills? Where are my medicinal herbs and secret manuals? Xiao Jingtian was dumbfounded. One must know that he relied on his cultivation as a rank 6 martial warrior to gain the goodwill of many followers. The cultivation resources he collected were much richer than the average person. However, now they were all gone. His gaze fell on Xiao Yang suspiciously. However, Xiao Yang's gaze was clear as he looked at him with a hopeful expression as if he was waiting for the pills. Xiao Jingtian denied his own judgment. Where are the pills? Quickly take them out. As long as you give them to me, I promise to carry you out. Xiao Yang solemnly patted his chest. He didn't feel that it was a shameful thing to plunder other people's treasures and pills. Xiao Qiaoer was also a sensible person. Now that she had seen the situation clearly, she didn't care about the embarrassment that Xiao Yang gave her. She smiled embarrassedly and revealed a charming smile as she said, timidly, Brother Xiao, although sister doesn't have many pills here, I can still take out 10 Qi nurturing pills. As long as you promise to send us out safely, I can even agree to your pursuit. When she touched the pills on her body, her expression changed. She discovered that all her cultivation resources were gone. Even her makeup was gone, not to mention her prized treasure, the Ice Soul Divine Sword. What the F***CK? She looked at Xiao Yang and pondered in her heart. Could this Xiao Yang be so perverted that he wouldn't even let go of a girl's makeup? Looking at Xiao Yang's upright appearance, she didn't want to say anything in case she angered this guy. Today was different from the past. Before they recovered from their injuries and cultivation, they could only be at Xiao Yang's mercy. They could only endure this anger. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiaoer looked at each other and temporarily put down the resentment and hatred in their hearts. Then they revealed a gentle and friendly smile and said, Brother Xiao, look, when we fought with Fiery Bird earlier, all our resources were used up. Fiery Bird was also driven away by us. Seeing that we work together, you can kindly send us out. Okay. Xiao Yang immediately stood up with a very straightforward appearance. This caused Xiao Qiaoer and Xiao Jingtian's eyes to light up. They thought in their hearts, could it be that this hothead was really so brainless? Then thank you, Brother Xiao Yi. They hurriedly thanked him and secretly swore that once they recovered their cultivation, they would definitely kill this hothead so that they could snatch back their treasures and pills. In the end, they were once again dumbfounded as they watched Xiao Yang slowly walk away. As he walked away, the poisonous ants, snakes, and insects not far away slowly approached the two of them. They were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. They heard Xiao Yang's voice. You guys wait here. I will go back and get a stretcher to carry you out. It will only take 3 to 5 months. I will definitely do what I promised to bring you guys out. Xiao Qiaoer. Xiao Jingtian, damn it. Does your conscience hurt? Not to mention 3 to 5 months. Even if it was just a short while, their bones would have been gnawed by poisonous beasts, okay? Chapter 14. On the way, Xiao Yang walked with 2 seriously injured people. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao looked depressed and conflicted. If looks could kill, Xiao Yang would have died hundreds of times. The reason why Xiao Yang was willing to take them away was because they agreed to pay on credit. Moreover, this kind of credit was like a loan shark with compound interest. Originally, they thought that this hothead was brainless and calculative. They also thought that this fool was really kind. However, when the other party ruthlessly started to extort them, they realized that this guy was even more vicious than a vampire. The credit was calculated according to compound interest. On the first day, it was 10 low-level Qi nourishing pills on the second day and on the third day. In order to prevent the spirit of the contract from being invalid, Xiaoyang also made them sign a note and let Mei Shui Xan sign their names. In other words, once they violated the agreement, they would be disturbed by the heavens when breaking through the realm. The difficulty of breaking through would increase by 100 times. Ordinary breaking through was very likely to cause qi deviation, not to mention the difficulty increased by 100 times. No one would take such a risk. He believed that Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao would not risk their lives for these cultivation resources. They were people who cherished their lives. They had been walking for 7 days. They were only halfway through the journey. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao even had the intention to kill. Xiaoyang definitely did it on purpose. Until today, they had to pay 640 qi nourishing pills. For every day they dawdled, they had to pay twice as many qi nourishing pills. They suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. They were afraid that it would be difficult to earn such a huge fortune even in 5 years. They felt that they had been cheated by Xiaoyang. However, this was not the worst time. On the 8th day, they met Xiao Qingmu of the same clan. Xiao Qingmu could be considered a little famous. He was a 3rd-level martial warrior and was followed by 2 companions. They formed a team and came to the back mountain to explore and search for treasures. They did not expect to meet their cousins, Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao. They knew each other, so of course they greeted each other. After exchanging some pleasantries, Xiao Jingtian directly suggested to Xiaoyang, "Xiao, let's end the agreement today. You can just drop me off here and we will pay for it. After this, Brother Qingmu will accompany you." The way he addressed Xiaoyang changed again, becoming much colder. He also wanted to get away from this vampire, Xiaoyang, as soon as possible. Fortunately, he had Xiao Qingmu. At least he didn't have to worry about paying double the price of the aura-nourishing pills. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang refused. "No, we're only halfway there. If I can't get you out of the mountains safely, my conscience will hurt." She didn't know if his conscience really hurt. No, she didn't know if he had a conscience at all. In any case, Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao's hearts were almost aching to death. Dark lines appeared on their foreheads, and their faces revealed angry expressions. They were extremely angry. Just how much did this hothead want to exploit them? Did he really think of himself as a green onion? Through the exchange of greetings from before, Xiao Qingmu had basically found out about the general situation of the matter. So long as he sent Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao out, then he would be able to obtain a favor from the 2 of them and even obtain other medicinal pills. He naturally wouldn't miss such a good thing. He strode out and released the pressure of a 3rd-ranked martial warrior, crushing Xiaoyang. He wanted to show his strength and make Xiaoyang submit. He glanced at Xiaoyang with disdain and ridiculed. "Xiao Yi, right? Didn't you hear what Brother Jingtian said? Are you trying to do something to me? Are you qualified?" Following his action, his 2 companions were also eager to give it a try. They released their battle intent, and the one with the lowest cultivation was a 2nd-ranked martial warrior. In their opinion, facing such a powerful lineup, Xiaoyang could only submit. Xiao Yi kneeled down and apologized. "If you cancel the agreement, we can spare your life." However, Xiaoyang was unmoved. He sneered and said disdainfully, "There are so many idiots in this world. But that's good too. I'm lacking cultivation resources." Presumptuous. "How dare you!" Arrogant. Xiao Qingmu and the other 2 roared as they stared at Xiaoyang. Although their status and strength couldn't be compared to Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao, they could still be arrogant when compared to low-ranked disciples like Xiaoyang. "Xiao Yi, let me teach you how to behave." "Hi, eat my sword." Xiao Qingmu shouted, and his cultivation suddenly revolved. A terrifying aura was released from his body. As he formed a sword art, a buzzing small sword instantly floated in the air. "Go." As he pointed with one hand, the small, exquisite, fiery red sword buzzed and immediately pierced toward Xiaoyang. The small sword expanded in the wind, and when it arrived in front of Xiaoyang, the sword light was already 10 feet long. It was incomparably sharp and contained an unparalleled power. The waves of air blew up Xiao Yang's hair and clothes, and many leaves rolled up. However, Xiao Yang didn't move at all. He stood on the ground and glanced indifferently. He sneered, "You dare to embarrass yourself with such petty tricks? I'll show you what a real sword is." He immediately revolved his second-ranked warrior cultivation and injected it into the Ice Soul Divine Sword. Then he raised the sword and slashed down. Buzz! An ear-piercing sword cry sounded, and a white sword light swept out like a hot knife through butter. Clang! The fiery red small sword broke in the air and released a cracking sound. The two pieces of the small sword fell to the ground and lost their luster. "Ah, my life origin sword, you'll accompany me. I'm going to kill you. Bastard! How dare you destroy my life origin sword? Aren't you two going to watch the show?" Xiao Qingmu roared again and again. When he saw his beloved life origin sword break, he lost his composure and his face turned ferocious. His two companions also attacked. They didn't have any magic treasures, only martial arts. They were also using the firmament palm. Although the firmament palm hadn't reached the small success stage, their cultivation was one level higher. In an instant, countless palm shadows with terrifying power attacked Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang sneered and looked at them with contempt. He mocked, "How dare a grain of rice compete with the bright moon? I'll show you how powerful I am." He casually patted and an auspicious jade appeared. As he injected his cultivation, the auspicious jade instantly shone brightly and enveloped Xiao Yang, helping him block the attacks of the firmament palm. Then he patted again and a talisman suddenly appeared. After being activated by his cultivation, he threw it at his two opponents. The talisman buzzed and released a ferocious power of thunder and lightning, knocking the two of them unconscious. Xiao Qingmu was almost scared silly. He didn't expect Xiao Yang to be so rich. But why did these magic treasures look so familiar? He seemed to have seen them somewhere before. Then he heard Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao. Surprised voices. "Damn, that's my Ice Soul Divine Sword. My auspicious jade. My lightning talisman." Looking at the few magic treasures in Xiao Yang's hands, they were so angry that they almost fainted. Their minds were blank. Those were all their treasures. To think that they didn't believe that Xiao Yang had stolen them. Now that Xiao Yang took them out without any scruples and attacked their allies in front of them, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. This stupid young man was too shameless and despicable. Not only did he steal so many treasures, he even wanted to take credit. To think that they thought they were smart, but they were tricked so badly. They looked like they had nothing to live for. Chapter 15. Plot. Xiao Qingmu, who was originally full of confidence and imposing manner, instantly knelt on the ground. "Big brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me. It's all Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao's fault. They seduced me." When he saw that Xiao Yang had so many terrifying magic treasures, his legs went soft from fear. No wonder these magic treasures were so familiar. They all belonged to Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao. These two fellows, who were much stronger than him, had fallen into Xiao Yang's hands. What else could he use to fight him? "Give me a reason not to kill you." Xiao Yang put his hands behind his back and was full of pretentiousness. However, this pretentiousness didn't last for long. He couldn't wait to touch the other party's wealth. Although the other party wasn't as rich as Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao, it was still meat. The style of this scene changed too quickly, causing Xiao Qingmu's mouth to twitch. What happened to the demeanor of an expert? What happened to the extraordinary pretentiousness? This person simply didn't have the slightest bit of persistence. Xiao Jingtian's face was full of astonishment, and he was dumbstruck. Look at how skilled and fast that hothead was in touching the magic treasures. He was simply an old hand. Xiao Jingtian wouldn't believe that he hadn't done such a thing before, even if he was beaten to death. His poor magic treasures had fallen into the hands of a thief. Just like that, he was extremely remorseful and pained. Xiao Qiao! Oh, his expression wasn't any better. Thinking about how she, a dignified girl, was actually touched by this brainless hothead. She blushed and spat. Her face was full of embarrassment and anger, and she even forgot about the rouge and face powder. Hey, have you thought about it? I don't have time to talk to you. Xiaoyang had a great harvest and could be considered to have a small fortune now. If he made good use of his resources, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through 2 or 3 levels. Big brother, can I exchange information with you? Do you know Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang's maid Xiaoman is going to be auctioned. Xiao, Qingmu didn't know Xiaoyang. The Xiao family was a large family after all. Just the young disciples alone numbered in the hundreds. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask this question. Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly widened. His face instantly darkened as he released his killing intent. He coldly snorted and said, "What the hell is going on?" He was Lil Man's master. Without his permission, who dared to touch Lil Man? It's Xiao Donglai. Xiao Donglai took a fancy to Xiao Man, but Xiao Man would rather die than submit, so he planned to auction it off. Xiao Qingmu hurriedly said. He had obviously sensed that Xiaoyang valued this piece of information very much. If that was the case, then he should be saved. After receiving the news, Xiaoyang clenched his fists and punched a nearby tree, shattering it into pieces. He angrily said, "What an audacious Xiao Donglai!" Scram! He sent Xiao Qingmu flying with a kick. He didn't kill anyone, so his killing intent wasn't that strong. Then he quickly left the mountain with Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao. This time his speed was much faster. It was so fast that the 2 seriously injured people couldn't believe it. They had been running as fast as lightning all along the way. They didn't think that they had such a movement skill and speed, let alone a hothead who was 4 ranks lower than them. Oh, they were thinking too much. This didn't seem like the hothead style. One had to know that before meeting Xiao Qingmu, this guy would dawdle as much as he could and slack off. It was purely to squeeze out all their future cultivation resources. Seeing Xiaoyang so serious, Xiao Qiao's original intention of getting the Ice Soul Divine sword back was extinguished. She was afraid that Xiaoyang would kill her if he didn't agree. Xiaoyang still had some understanding of Xiao Donglai. Before Xiaoyang had fallen, Xiao Donglai had been thinking about Xiaoyang. It was just that he was afraid of Xiaoyang at that time, so he didn't dare to make a move. Now, the other party didn't take Xiaoyang seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen. Generally, the cultivation of managers would be slightly weaker because they spent most of their energy on management. However, Xiao Donglai was special. Whether it was cultivation or management, his ability was very good. In terms of cultivation, he was already a 5th-rank warrior. In terms of real combat strength, even Xiao Jingtian, who was a 6th-rank warrior, wasn't confident that he could defeat him. In terms of management, he was already one of the managers of the Xiao family auction hall and had real power. Even when Xiaoyang was at his peak, he didn't dare to offend him too much. However, after some ups and downs, his mind matured a lot. Donglin Town, Xiao family auction hall. It wasn't time for the auction yet. Xiao Donglai, who was dressed in a white robe, glanced at the sky and estimated the time. There was still half an hour before the auction started. In front of him stood a delicate and pretty girl. It was Xiaoyang's servant girl, Xiaoman. At this moment, Xiaoman couldn't move at all. Although she wasn't tied up, the acupuncture points on her body had been sealed by a martial technique. Xiaoman, have you thought it through? As long as you follow me, I can give you glory and wealth. Compared to you following Xiaoyang, the level is incomparable. What can he give you? When he was at his peak, perhaps I couldn't say anything about him. However, he has fallen. He was schemed against by a girl from the Lin family, Lin Shanshan. His cultivation fell, and he became a waste. He can't be compared with me. You still have half an hour to think about it. My patience is limited. If you refuse, you will be auctioned and reduced to a plaything for anyone. You will live a life worse than death. Xiao Donglai slowly got up and left the place temporarily. After all, he was one of the managers of the auction hall. He still had a lot of work to do. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he returned. Have you thought it through? Xiao Donglai didn't sit down and asked indifferently. If Xiao Man's answer didn't satisfy him, he would immediately start the auction. If he couldn't get it, he would destroy it. This was his twisted mind. He condensed his cultivation and tapped on Xiao Man's body, unlocking her mute acupoint. She could speak now. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, even if I, Xiao Man, die, I will be Xiao Yang's ghost. Xiao Donglai, you will never be as good as Xiao Yang. You will always be defeated by him. Your cultivation, your temperament, and your methods will never be comparable to Xiao Yang's. Xiao Man was very determined. Her eyes were filled with determination. She knew very well what would happen to her, but it didn't matter. At least she had a clear conscience. Slap. Xiao Donglai angrily slapped Xiao Man. A clear palm print appeared on Xiao Man's pink cheek. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, she still held her head high and stared at Xiao Donglai. Even if she died, she would never surrender. Xiao Donglai looked at her stubborn face and was so angry that his face turned green and white. But didn't he admire her temperament? He slowly closed his eyes and hesitated. Then he said decisively, "Auction." With his order, the doors of the auction hall opened and guests swarmed in. Chapter 16. Xiao Donglai, get the hell out here. Just as the door of the auction hall was about to open, a loud and clear voice resounded through the hall. Many of the guests sneered. Who is this? So arrogant, he actually dares to shout in the auction hall. Isn't he courting death? The prestige of the auction hall cannot be challenged, no matter who this person is. He is definitely finished. The days have been peaceful for too long. Today we can finally watch a show. This time, Lin Shanshan came to participate in the auction. Through the voice, she immediately knew that Xiao Yang had come. She pondered, is this idiot Xiao Yang courting death? Does he think that after defeating that good-for-nothing Xiao Zhongtian, he can run amok on the streets? What a joke. He doesn't have any rules at all. He dares to shout and disturb the order here. Most likely, Xiao Chun doesn't even need to make a move. He will die here. Bastard, who dares to make a ruckus here? Do you think we guards don't exist? A middle-aged man stepped out and stood on the steps of the entrance, coldly looking forward. Behind him, there were 2 rows of people. These were all the auction hall's guards, responsible for the security of the auction hall and the order of the guests. A young man slowly walked over from tens of meters away. His temperament was sharp, just like a sharp sword. He ignored the crowd, walked to the entrance of the auction hall, and roared again, I am only looking for Xiao Donglai, unrelated people. Don't come and throw away your life. Soon after, he roared again, Xiao Donglai, you dare to secretly use underhanded means to kidnap my maid Xiao Man. Don't you have the guts to come out and see me? Is it because you were suppressed before that you have a shadow? Let me tell you, I could defeat you before, and I can still defeat you now. Don't make me look down on you. After hearing Xiao Yang's arrogant voice, Xiao Donglai, who was directing people in the auction hall, coldly snorted, as if his dignity was challenged. Although he was afraid of Xiao Yang at his peak, he despised Xiao Yang, who was reduced to trash. He strode out of the auction hall, intending to restore his former prestige and wash away his shame so that Xiao Yang would recognize the fact that he had been reduced to a piece of trash. On the other hand, when Xiao Man heard that voice, she felt joy in her heart. She was so moved that she became muddle-headed. Tears flowed down her cheeks, but then she shouted loudly, Young master, quickly leave! Don't worry about me. She was worried about Xiao Yang's safety. She was afraid that he would be hurt. However, no one heard her voice. Xiao Yang, how dare you? Who gave you the guts to come here and provoke us? As the captain of the guards, the middle-aged man took a step forward and stood in front of Xiao Yang in order to take the lead. In the past, he might be afraid of Xiao Yang's high cultivation, but now, with his fourth-ranked warrior cultivation, he is confident that he can defeat Xiaoyang, who is at the peak of martial disciple. He didn't know that Xiaoyang had broken through to the second-ranked warrior, but it doesn't matter. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, there is a difference of 2 realms. So he is Xiaoyang. Many people made an uproar. Although many people haven't seen Xiaoyang before, they have heard of the title of the #1 genius of Danwu town. But this young man has been in decline for a long time. Why did he jump out again? Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao were relieved. They originally thought that the person in front of them was Xiao Yi, but it turned out to be the former genius Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang did not back down. He stared at the middle-aged man with sharp eyes and said firmly, "Guard captain, I respect you a lot. Please do not get involved. Xiao Donglai took my maid away, and I am here to seek justice. Although my cultivation is not high enough, I still have the will to fight to the death." The middle-aged man hesitated. After all, it was Xiao Donglai who was in the wrong first. Looking at Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang seems to have been reborn and completely changed. Then he listened to the surrounding discussion. Damn, that Xiao Donglai is crazy. He even snatched his cousin's maid. How thirsty is he? I like Xiaoyang's temper. For a maid, he even dares to come to the auction house. Look at his cultivation. Second-ranked warrior. His strength is nothing, but his courage is amazing. In a moment, the direction of the discussion changed. Even Lin Shanshan was astonished. Then she felt complicated. This person can do this for a mere maid. He was also willing to sacrifice for me. Did I really do something wrong? One must know that in this society, the status of a maid is very low. In a big family, if she died, it wouldn't cause the slightest ripple. Thinking of the son of the patriarch, Lin Shanshan quickly made up her mind to not regret it. The middle-aged man was in a dilemma. He tightly frowned and suddenly shot a palm at Xiaoyang. He scolded, "Xiaoyang, this is not a place to mess around. Quickly retreat." He erupted with the strength of a fourth-ranked warrior and did not hold back. He wanted to let Xiaoyang know that this is not a place where he can behave atrociously. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He instantly activated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art and activated his poison physique. He used the ancient poison sovereign's best move, thousand poison hands. When the 2 palms collided, a huge impact force erupted. Xiaoyang could not help but retreat more than 10 steps. As for the middle-aged man, he only retreated a few steps. But this was enough to shock the middle-aged man, especially after their palms collided. An invisible force penetrated the middle-aged man's meridians. He was shocked and had no choice but to stop and circulate his cultivation to disperse the invisible force. Of course, he did not know that the invisible force was poison. If not for the fact that Xiaoyang's poison technique was not good enough, the middle-aged man would have been poisoned to death. Xiao Donglai, do you really want to be a cowardly turtle? You're such a disappointment. Xiaoyang raised his chi again and shouted towards the auction hall. This made the middle-aged man shocked again. A mere second-ranked warrior was able to withstand his fourth-ranked warrior strength. Ordinary cultivators would have been destroyed by him. But this Xiaoyang did not seem to be affected at all. This made the middle-aged man deeply afraid. Xiaoyang, I am here and you still want to die? Xiao Donglai leaped onto the steps of the gate and stared down at Xiaoyang from above. His momentum was surging, and he was full of confidence, as if he could kill Xiaoyang at any time. Xiaoyang tiptoed and flew up. He landed on the other side of Xiao Donglai and coldly said, I thought you didn't have the guts to come out. Old rules, if I win, I will take him away and you will apologize and compensate me. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. As always, I want to see how a second-ranked warrior like you can compete with a fifth-ranked warrior like me. I hope you won't lose too badly. Xiao Donglai ridiculed. Firmament palm. He immediately displayed his most proficient firmament palm and attacked Xiaoyang. Chapter 17. His firmament palm had already reached the small success stage. Coupled with his powerful cultivation of a fifth-ranked warrior, he believed that killing Xiaoyang was just a matter of minutes. He held the Pearl of Wisdom in his hands and was extremely confident. "Xiaoyang, why aren't you going to die yet?" Popping sounds could be heard in the air. Each sound represented the proficiency and application of the firmament palm. Finally, he condensed a huge palm shadow. This palm shadow was at least 3 feet in size and was surrounded by a golden light. It was imposing and contained a terrifying power. Xiaoyang was instantly covered by the palm shadow. His body endured the crushing and pulling force of the endless power. His clothes were instantly torn in several places. "Xiao Donglai, your progress is indeed incredible. However, it's a pity that you met me." As a second-ranked warrior, Xiaoyang didn't dare to show off. He immediately activated the auspicious jade to protect himself. At the same time, he also used other magic treasures. These magic treasures might not be powerful individually, but when combined together, they could still make one's scalp numb. Anyway, these magic treasures weren't his, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Kacha. These 7 or 8 low-grade magic treasures, including the auspicious jade, were all broken and turned into ashes under the opponent's palm force. Xiaoyang was naturally unmoved. He believed that it was worth it to use these magic treasures to dissolve the opponent's palm force, because only by using these magic treasures could the magic treasures be used. Otherwise, if he didn't use them, they could only be treated as antiques. On the contrary, Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao felt heartache. The corners of their mouths twitched as they secretly worried about their magic treasures. All the magic treasures were destroyed, but at the same time the opponent's powerful palm was also dissolved. This was the weakening and disappearance of the attack and defense power at the same time. "I'll show you what the real firmament palm is." Xiaoyang used his movement technique, circulated his cultivation, and skillfully performed the firmament palm. With the memories of the ancient poison sovereign, he could comprehend the essence of the firmament palm at a tremendous speed. Now his firmament palm had reached the proficient stage. One must know that the cultivation of the firmament palm started from the entry stage to the small success stage, then to the large success stage, to the expert stage, and finally to the peak stage. Among the younger generation, there were only a few who had cultivated to the great accomplishment realm. Xiaoyang was the only one who was proficient in this realm. Buzz! A majestic mountain suddenly condensed in the void. This mountain was shaped like 5 fingers, and it pressed down on Xiao Donglai like a palm. When one reached this level of proficiency in the firmament palm strike, it was like moving a mountain. Of course, this was not the real moving mountain technique. It was just a proficient application of the firmament palm. Bang! The huge mountain slammed into Xiao Donglai's body with a heaven-shaking momentum, creating a dull sound. At the same time, a huge shockwave spread out from the center of the collision. When the shockwave swept out in all directions, the thousands of people on the scene were shocked and hurriedly operated their cultivation base to retreat. Some of the stronger ones used their defensive techniques to block the shockwave. To them, retreating was shameful. Only by standing still could they display their powerful cultivation and gain the respect of others. This was very honorable and also very cool. There were a few self-righteous egomaniacs who suffered internal injuries for the sake of a little bit of pretentiousness and face. The gains did not make up for the losses. In the end, under the ridicule of others, they retreated with pale faces. Of course, there were also those who held on desperately to not lose face. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiaoyang stood in the same place as a handsome tree in the wind. Xiao Donglai was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were severely torn, and the skin on his hands was torn. There was a 5-fingered palm print on his chest. The print was black, as if to remind him that he had been hit. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiao Donglai used all of his cultivation base to defend himself. He also used two extremely precious defensive treasures. Otherwise, he would have been turned into ashes under this palm. But even so, he was still injured. His eyes were fierce as he stared at Xiao Yang fiercely, like a tiger choosing its prey. He said fiercely, "No one has ever forced me to this step. Xiao Yang, you can be proud and close your eyes in peace. Now prepare to die." 4 C's burning technique. Boom. As he used his natal martial skill, a huge sea of fire was formed within a radius of 10 feet. The flames were black and filled with destructive power. The temperature suddenly rose, as if it was going to roast people alive. Everyone's face changed, and fear appeared on their faces, because Xiao Donglai relied on this powerful martial skill to erupt the strength of a 5th-order warrior. For example, Xiao Jingdong, who was a 6th-order warrior, did not dare to face the 4 C's burning technique head-on. They were afraid that Xiao Yang would be finished. At this moment, Xiao Yang was shrouded in the sea of fire. It was very uncomfortable. Not only did he have to withstand the high temperature, but he also had to endure the burning of the flames. He had used up all of his defensive treasures. Now, he could only rely on his cultivation base to condense a protective light cover. The protective light cover was dim and would not last long. If this continued, he would inevitably die under the 4 C's burning technique. He had also reached the point of being embarrassed. Under this huge pressure of life and death, Xiao Yang took a deep breath. He immediately sat cross-legged and operated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art. He took out all of the poisonous grass, poisonous flowers, and poisonous wood and crazily absorbed the poison. The poisonous plants he collected at the back of the mountain could be described as a sea of poisonous plants. In addition to the poisonous pills and poisonous cultivation resources he collected from other disciples, it was enough for him to break through to the next realm. Bloodthirsty ice silkworm. How is the progress in refining the poison of poisonous insects, ants, snakes, and scorpions? Xiao Yang used his consciousness to ask the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, while crazily devouring the poisonous gas. A large number of poisonous plants withered and died. Xiao Yang did not want to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Instead of absorbing the poison in one go, it was better to raise it and absorb it for a lifetime. This was the long-term way to use it. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm responded. Xiao Yang was overjoyed when he got the result. It turned out that after the bloodthirsty ice silkworm refined the poison, it also improved and improved. Its refining speed was increasing day by day. The poison of poisonous insects, snakes, and other creatures were all condensed and purified by it. Good, inject it into me, quick. Xiao Yang praised and hurriedly ordered. His defensive light cover was about to collapse. He could not hold on any longer. He was in a hurry. All of the poisonous plants he collected and kept on his body were all used up today. After the poison of these poisonous plants were extracted, they were burned by the flames and scattered with the wind. The poisonous plants also entered a short period of dormancy. As a large amount of poison entered Xiao Yang's body and was refined by him, his cultivation aura suddenly soared and his strength doubled again. He broke through to the 3rd-ranked warrior. Buzz! He clenched his fist and suddenly slammed it on the ground. The sea of fire in a radius of 10 feet was instantly destroyed. The 4 C's burning technique was broken. Xiao Donglai, what do you think of my fist? Chapter 18. He stood with his head held high, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he stared straight at Xiao Donglai. The crowd was in an uproar as they exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, what kind of monstrous physique is this?" He actually broke through in a life and death battle. The firmament palm he used just now was at the proficient level. It was like moving a mountain. Xiao Yang is really amazing, amazing. This is going to be a good show. Xiao Donglai is immoral and will definitely be taught a lesson. Even Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao were dumbfounded as they exclaimed, "Is this even possible?" They swallowed their saliva as their faces were filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Because he had created an unprecedented miracle, he was amazed. Breaking through was often a dangerous thing. People would avoid noisy places and would rather have someone to protect them. Who would want to break through in a life and death battle? This meant that they were courting death. However, Xiaoyang had created a miracle. Lin Shanshan clenched her fists, her nails scratching her skin, but she didn't notice. She stared fixedly at the stubborn figure on the steps. She was filled with resentment and a bit of regret. Xiao Donglai, who had his life source martial skill broken, paled. His eyes were also filled with shock. He hadn't expected that Xiaoyang would be able to make a breakthrough in this life and death situation. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that Xiaoyang would perish under his signature martial skill, the 4 C's burning technique. However, he quickly calmed down and stabilized his emotions. Although Xiaoyang's breakthrough was shocking, even if he broke through, he was only a 3rd-ranked warrior. He was a 5th-ranked warrior, 2 ranks higher than his opponent. What was there to be afraid of? Xiaoyang, do you still not see the reality? Even if you broke through, your cultivation is far inferior to mine. If you quickly retreat, I can spare your life. Xiao Donglai's face was calm as he looked at Xiaoyang expressionlessly. Soon, some people woke up from their shock. Yes, the gap between the 2 sides is right there. There is a difference of 2 ranks. I think it's very difficult. Cultivation is a shortcoming. Brother Xiaoyang, why don't you retreat first and come back for revenge when you're strong enough? Someone kindly reminded him. Go, don't talk nonsense. Previously, Xiaoyang was only a 2nd-ranked warrior, and yet he was able to injure Xiao Donglai. Not to mention that he has now broken through a rank. Everyone fell into deep thought. Perhaps this battle was very promising. After all, Xiaoyang was someone who was good at creating miracles. Xiaoyang ignored the clamor of the crowd. These people were like grass on the top of a wall. They would side with whoever was stronger. He glanced at Xiao Donglai, sneered, and said sarcastically, "You think my realm is lower than yours? Very well. I'll show you that cultivation is as simple as eating and drinking to me." He waved his hand toward the sky, and suddenly a fist-sized red bird flew over and landed on his shoulder. This little bird was burning with flames, and it was very novel. Because it had shrunk, almost no one could recognize that it was a flamingo. Xiao Donglai frowned. He didn't know what Xiaoyang meant. All cultivators understood that cultivation was the most important thing in a person's life, and it was difficult to cross over. Then he saw Xiaoyang's bird. No, don't misunderstand, buddy. It's not a bird under his crotch. It's a flamingo on his shoulder. The flamingo spat out a fruit. Xiaoyang took the fruit and swallowed it. This was the red beauty vermilion fruit. Fortunately, he didn't bring it with him when he broke through. Otherwise, it would have been wasted. The fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a surging force that spread throughout Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang was so comfortable that he cried out loudly. He let out a long breath, and the power in his body once again increased by several folds. Even his cultivation aura had changed abruptly, becoming much more refined. His eyes were bright and piercing, and his gaze was sharp and piercing. It was unknown who exclaimed, but it suddenly caused an uproar in the audience. Damn, a genius! He broke through again. 4th-ranked warrior. It's true. What the F***ck, it's really F***ck. Who dares to say that Xiaoyang is inferior to others? I, your father, will be the first to beat you to death. How dare you fool me? Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao almost rolled their eyes. They were so angry that they almost died. As people who went to the back mountain with Xiaoyang to find the flamingo fruit, they could tell at a glance that the bird was a flamingo and the fruit was the red beauty vermilion fruit. Damn it, the few of them had risked their lives and paid the price of so many people's deaths. Even they themselves had almost died from serious injuries. In the end, All the benefits had been taken by Xiaoyang. To think that they had thought that they were smart and had tricked others. It turned out that they were the big idiot who had been tricked by others. How ironic was this? They even had the heart to die. It was so shameful that they didn't have the face to see others. But even if they found out the truth, so what? So what if they knew that they were cheated? Xiao Yi, a second-ranked warrior, dared to fight head-on with Xiao Donglai, a fifth-ranked warrior. What's more, he broke through to the fourth-ranked warrior in such a short time. They were hopeless. They also knew that this guy was not Xiao Yi but Xiaoyang. This was recognized by everyone. They had been cheated to death. Perhaps Xiaoyang had played them too hard. Their self-esteem and IQ had been greatly damaged. Lin Shanshan's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the scene in front of her. Her exquisite body couldn't help but tremble. The regret in her heart increased again. As the woman closest to Xiaoyang and the number one person who framed Xiaoyang, she was very clear that yesterday Xiaoyang was only a peak martial disciple. How long had been? He was already a fourth-ranked warrior. At this speed, the entire Donglin town would tremble under his feet. She had missed such a person with endless potential. She had personally ruined this close relationship. Her heart was full of regret. She didn't want to regret, so she hoped that Xiaoyang would die. Her resentful heart burned again. She immediately turned around and left to inform Xiao Qin to come over. She wanted to dampen Xiaoyang's arrogance and suppress Xiaoyang's cultivation progress. Xiaoyang, who had once again shocked everyone, looked at Xiao Donglai indifferently and said disdainfully, "Xiao Donglai, you still dare to talk nonsense. Do you want my life? Now I'll give you a choice. Hand over my people, and I'll let this matter go. Our grudges can be settled after a month." Xiao Donglai was incomparably bitter. Even if Xiaoyang had broken through to the third-ranked warrior, he still had the confidence to fight. However, when Xiaoyang broke through to the fourth-ranked warrior, he completely lost his confidence. Just like when he met Xiaoyang at his peak, he couldn't raise his fighting spirit and subconsciously accepted defeat. He hated this feeling, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was one rank higher than Xiaoyang, it depended on one's fighting strength. He could only pin his hopes on the big competition in a month's time. "Fine, Xiaoyang, I'll let you go for now. I'll return your people. A month later, I'll make you crawl and tremble. I'll make you surrender and beg for mercy. I'll make you my only dog." Xiao Donglai gnashed his teeth. His killing intent was strong. Chapter 19. Young Master. A pretty and lively girl quickly pounced on Xiaoyang's chest. The girl was about to cry. Her delicate shoulders were trembling, and her nasal voice was choked with sobs. "Young Master, Xiaoman is so scared. I'm so scared that I won't be able to see young Master again." Xiaoman's sobbing tone was pitiful. She had been kidnapped before. If she didn't submit to Xiao Donglai, she would be auctioned off as an item. She had already made up her mind to die. Xiaoyang's appearance moved her to the point of confusion, but she was also worried about Xiaoyang's safety. Now that she saw that Xiaoyang was fine, she was slightly relieved. She wrapped her arms tightly around Xiaoyang, afraid that Xiaoyang would disappear in the blink of an eye. "Young Master, why are you so silly? I'm just a lowly servant girl. Is it worth it for you to personally take the risk?" Xiaoman's face was full of resentment, but she was very happy in her heart. It was no wonder that she spoke like this. When Xiaoyang defeated Xiao Zhongtian, Xiaoyang's cultivation was only a first-stage warrior. With such a cultivation, he dared to come to the auction hall and clamor with Xiao Donglai, other than courting death. She couldn't think of any other reason. However, Xiaoyang came in the end, and it was for her. He wasn't even afraid of death. Thinking of this, Xiaoman's tears flowed down again. "Don't cry, Xiaoman." Xiaoyang comforted her calmly and stroked her black hair. It was very soft and felt good. She could still stay by his side wholeheartedly when he was in dire straits. If he didn't cherish this kind of person, who would he cherish? Could it be that he would fall in love with Lin Shanshan, who had a vicious heart? Don't joke around. Xiao Yang was already very kind by not killing her. Today's matter had developed to this point. The auction hall couldn't continue the auction and announced that it was closed. The crowd was deeply moved by Xiao Yang and Xiao Man's relationship as master and servant. They shook their heads and left in melancholy. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiaoer looked at each other, but there were no longer any feelings in their eyes. Perhaps it was because Xiao Qiaoer was too selfish and killed his brother. Xiao Jingtian turned around and left. He no longer had any feelings for Xiao Qiaoer. Looking at his back, Xiao Qiaoer wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, it turned into a sigh. Perhaps after that sword strike, their feelings for each other had been completely severed. Lin Shanshan had brought Xiao Qin over. Seeing Xiao Yang and Xiao Man together and seeing Xiao Yang gently comforting Xiao Man, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart. One had to know that such a gentle person once belonged to her alone, but she had personally buried him. She intertwined her beautiful fingers with great force, as if this was the only way she could suppress her emotions. A broad palm landed on her shoulder. Xiao Qin comforted her with a gentle voice. Shanshan, I will let you know that you made the right choice. Lin Shanshan nodded her head awkwardly. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Which girl wouldn't want her Prince Charming to sacrifice himself for her? Could Xiao Qin do that? She expressed her doubts. Xiao Yang, hurry up and leave. Don't be sentimental here. Xiao Donglai frowned and snorted. He had always refused to accept Xiao Yang's suppression of him, so he had always been working hard in an attempt to surpass Xiao Yang and clear his name. When he saw Lin Shanshan bringing Xiao Qin over, he didn't want Xiao Yang to fall into Xiao Chen's hands. He only treated Xiao Yang as his goal to surpass, and he had always disliked Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin leaped 300 feet and arrived in front of Xiao Yang in an instant. He sneered and said, Do you still think you can leave? He glanced at Xiao Donglai and the guards of the auction hall and snorted, I am only looking for Xiao Yang. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave. His attitude was so high and mighty, and his expression was incomparably arrogant. As the son of the patriarch, he had the right to be arrogant. Xiao Donglai, the captain of the guards, and the many guards and managers of the auction hall retreated one after another. They couldn't afford to offend Xiao Chen's identity. Xiao Chen's martial master cultivation was also an existence they could only look up to. The 1-month agreement is still in effect. Xiao Chen, what do you want? Xiao Yang frowned and asked. Although he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves and had a lot of potential, he was still not Xiao Chen's opponent at the moment. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a 1-month agreement. The appearance of the 1-month agreement was mostly to buy time for himself. As the eldest son of the patriarch, I know someone is disrupting the auction hall's order. So I came here to fulfill my duty and teach this arrogant person a lesson. Don't worry, you and I have a 1-month agreement. Today, I will teach you a lesson you will never forget. Xiao Qin found an incomparably righteous reason for himself. In fact, it was nothing more than helping Lin Shanshan vent her anger. Only he could say such a grand reason without blushing. Young master. Xiao Man was incomparably nervous and anxious. Her beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted as she grabbed Xiao Yang's arm. She knew Xiao Chen's identity and strength, so she didn't even have the courage to look at him. She was very worried about Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's face was gloomy. As the eternal poison revered in his previous life, he had seen all kinds of storms and waves. Naturally, he was not afraid of death. He lightly snorted and pushed Xiao Man behind him. He coldly stared at Xiao Chen and ridiculed, Xiao Qin, I will also spare your life. After a month, I will take it. He had the capital to be this arrogant. One must know that the little bird on his shoulder was a fiery bird with the cultivation of a martial ancestor. As long as it squeaked and spat out some flames, even 100 Xiao Chens wouldn't be enough to satisfy its appetite. Xiao Chen was immediately angered. Ever since he broke through to the martial master realm, no one had ever dared to be so arrogant. Even the clan senior managers, elders, pavilion elders, and hall masters were extremely respectful to him. This trash Xiaoyang was nothing. He coldly snorted and said, "Very good. I hope you can still be so savage after eating my blade. Blade severing heaven and earth." When a martial master realm expert spoke, the law would always be enforced. Following Xiao Chen's words, an ancient war blade buzzed as it floated in the air, emitting a monstrous aura. Suddenly, the blade violently chopped down. In that instant, the wind and clouds churned and dust flew everywhere. An area of 10 feet was enveloped by the blade light. It was as if the sun and moon were dim and the stars were moving. Xiao Yang's expression was solemn and incomparably dignified. He let out a roar and erupted with all his cultivation. He executed the firmament palm, which he had mastered, in an attempt to reduce the might of the attack. However, when he executed the mountain-moving technique, the five-finger mountain was instantly shattered. It was simply unable to withstand the blade of a martial master. Thousand poison hands. He once again used the technique he was best at in his previous life and condensed a black poisonous fog barrier. However, this barrier was also shattered by the blade. Xiao Yang's complexion was pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with boundless anger and hatred. He let out another roar and lifted the Ice Soul Divine Sword, pouring all his cultivation into it. Explode! The high-grade common-grade Ice Soul Divine Sword exploded with a loud bang, turning into an inconceivable and boundless energy that swept through the surroundings. Even the powerful Earth-grade Tyrant Blade was momentarily sluggish under the impact of this terrifying energy. Chapter 20. Let's go! Xiao Yang did not say anything further and pulled Xiao Man away. With a movement technique that covered 500 feet in one step, they left the place in an instant. After they left, the momentarily sluggish Earth-grade Tyrant Saber recovered its previous speed and slashed down with a loud bang. Following a huge explosion, a 300-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. It was caused by the Tyrant Saber. This caused Xiao Donglai, the guard captain, the guards, the manager of the auction hall, and the other spectators to reveal fear in their eyes. They believed that they would not be able to block this saber. If they encountered it, only death would await them. This Xiao Qin was actually so terrifying. Consider yourself lucky. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and placed one hand behind his back. Although he was a little surprised that Xiaoyang was able to dodge his saber, he was not shocked. This kind of Xiaoyang was fun to play with. Only then would he be qualified to be his enemy in a month's time. If his opponent was too weak, then it would be meaningless. Anyway, he did not plan to kill Xiaoyang with one saber strike. Otherwise, people would criticize him for being afraid of Xiaoyang in a month's time. So he acted in advance to kill him. He was a person who cherished his face very much. Of course, he would not openly violate his life and death agreement. He wanted to kill Xiaoyang openly in the open. Many people came up to congratulate him. They were deeply awed by Xiao Chen's valiance. Young Master's profound grade saber breaking the cosmos martial technique is simply mighty and unparalleled. Young Master, your Earth-grade Tyrant Saber is indeed unparalleled in the world. Young Master, no one in the world can compare to your martial master cultivation. In Donglin Town, the high-grade martial techniques that appeared were low-grade, profound grade martial techniques. The highest grade magic treasure that appeared was Earth-grade magic treasure. Martial techniques were divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow grades. Each grade was divided into 3 grades. Saber breaking the cosmos was a low-grade, profound grade martial technique. Only someone of Xiao Chen's status could cultivate it. Magic treasures were divided into mortal grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and so on. The tyrant saber was a low-grade, earth-grade magic treasure. Only Xiao was qualified to possess it. The clan leader's son was a bit special after all. Who would dare to criticize him for taking up more cultivation resources? Lin Shanshan also revealed a smile and stepped forward to support Xiao hand. She enjoyed the admiring gazes of the crowd so that they would understand that she was Xiao woman. She should be looking for such a magnificent and peerless man. She thought proudly, Xiaoyang, who do you think you are? Compared to Xiao, you are just a lowly ant. Several hundred meters away, Xiaoyang cursed and said painfully, damn, it's a pity for my ice soul divine sword. Even if it's a common grade, it's still a high grade. If I sell it, I can definitely exchange it for a lot of poison pills. Xiao Man was speechless and grumbled. Young master, shouldn't you check your injuries first? Really, it's just a broken sword. Besides, that sword wasn't yours before. When she saw the blood at the corner of Xiaoyang's mouth, she felt her heart clench. Xiaoyang chuckled. In order to not make Xiao Man worry, he pretended to be nonchalant. In reality, his heart was pained. One had to know that the cultivation resources he had accumulated until now, including the ice soul godly sword, were all gone. He was now a pauper. Now he only had Fiery Bird and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm to accompany him. His heart felt cold. After a while, Xiaoyang wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and checked his injuries. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a problem. He had only been injured by the opponent's profound grade martial skill and earth-grade magic treasure. He would be able to recover after some rest. He immediately circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant incantation and called out to Fiery Bird. Fiery Bird immediately spat out the void flame. With the help of this special flame poison, in less than a few breaths, Xiaoyang, who had the poison body, recovered from his injuries and could jump around as lively as a dragon or a tiger. He exhaled and took out a box of rouge and powder. He handed it to Xiao Man and said, Here, Xiao Man, young master bought this for you when he went out. You've been following young master everywhere. Young master didn't give you anything, so just accept it. Xiao Man was overjoyed. Looking at the rouge and powder in front of her, her beautiful eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. Her heart was excited. This was a high-grade rouge and powder. Even if a maid like her had gold coins, she didn't have the qualifications to buy it. She could only yearn for it. She didn't expect that such a rare rouge and powder would be given to her by young master. Aya, what was she thinking? Shouldn't she be thinking that young master finally gave her a gift? Even if it was a blade of grass, she should cherish it. Thank you, young master. But isn't this high-grade rouge and powder very expensive? I saw that the price was 10,000 gold coins. Heavens, I won't be able to accumulate so many gold coins in my entire life. This thing, even if you have gold coins, you need to have the corresponding status to be qualified to buy it. Xiao Man happily received it, her face flushed red. In any case, Xiaoyang as a man wouldn't need it. She was just surprised at Xiaoyang's net worth. Ever since Xiaoyang fell from grace, the family was forbidden to give him the minimum amount of gold coins for living. Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't say that he snatched it from Xiao Qiao. After casually saying a few words, he brought Xiao Man back to the small courtyard allocated by the family. Just as he returned to the entrance of the courtyard, he saw many servants moving the living utensils under the command of Chatterbox Xiao. This made Xiaoyang frown. All of you stop, this is my courtyard. Without my permission, I want to see who dares to move. He roared and released the aura of a rank 4 warrior. Most of the time, cultivation and strength were the best means to solve problems. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So, it's the former genius, now the trash Xiaoyang. You came back just in time. The latest announcement from the family says that all cultivators below 5th-ranked warrior have to leave the courtyard. You better not make things difficult for me. Otherwise, my fists won't be controlled. Chatterbox Li disdainfully glanced at Xiaoyang, his eyes revealing ridicule. If it was in the past, Perhaps he would be afraid of Xiaoyang and follow Xiaoyang's lead. However, the world is deteriorating day by day, and the vicissitudes of life have long passed. It's his turn to be the local tyrant. Why should he still live by Xiaoyang's whims? The reason why he was called Chatterboxly was because he had a very obvious characteristic. His mouth was big, his lips were thick, and he talked a lot. What? You want to fight me with your fourth-ranked warrior cultivation? Chatterboxly curled his lips, his eyes revealing disdain. Although he was a little surprised by Xiaoyang's strange cultivation realm, he thought that his cultivation realm was higher than Xiaoyang's, so there shouldn't be any trouble. He was very clear that Xiaoyang was only a peak martial disciple. What kind of dog shit luck did he have to be a fourth-ranked warrior? What's there to be afraid of when he just entered the fourth-ranked warrior? Even if there is an announcement, there still needs to be a decree to take back the house. Without a decree, don't think you can mess around. Xiaoyang coldly said. As a former genius, this kind of thing was not new to him. Naturally, he understood the procedure. Chatterboxly didn't buy it at all and coldly snorted. To deal with you, I don't need a decree. My fists are the decree. He had long wanted to bully this genius that he once admired. Only by humiliating him could he be satisfied. Chapter 21. Li Dazhou grinned and immediately unleashed his cultivation as a fifth-ranked warrior. He displayed his firmament palm, which had already reached the small success stage. A series of popping sounds could be heard in the air as he rushed toward Xiaoyang with an imposing aura. With a flip of his hand, Li Dazhou covered Xiaoyang's body. A huge force suddenly pressed down on Xiaoyang's body, causing Xiaoyang's body to sink. He was very confident that he would be able to defeat the former genius with his cultivation base that was one stage higher than his own. Because he was not a member of a Xiao family and was only a subordinate of a Xiao family, he hoped to become a member of a Xiao family and reach the peak of the younger generation. Defeating Xiaoyang would satisfy his self-esteem. Die, do you think you are still the same as before? How dare you shout in front of me? Li Dazhou roared fiercely and attacked without holding back. His eyes were filled with ridicule, as if he could already see the scene of Xiaoyang kneeling in front of him. You are just an ant with a different surname. You only begged for a humble position by kneeling. How dare you be so presumptuous? You are courting death. Xiaoyang's expression sank. His eyes revealed a sharp light as he coldly snorted. I will let you see what the real firmament palm is. He immediately displayed the same martial skill. Because he was proficient in it, his firmament palm mobilized the heaven and earth's yuan qi and condensed it into a magnificent small mountain peak. 1. After the small mountain peak appeared, it directly bombarded Li Dazhou's body. Wah, Piu! Li Dazhou was instantly sent flying. With a cry, he opened his mouth and vomited blood. His eyes were filled with dread and fear. How is this possible? His eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. His lips trembled and his face turned pale. He did not expect Xiaoyang to be so strong. Wasn't he one rank higher than him? For a moment, he was stunned by Xiaoyang's firmament palm. Firmament palm could evolve to such a level? This was no different from the mountain moving technique. The moving mountain technique was a high-level, profound martial skill. Only the clan leader had the qualifications to learn it. However, he had never displayed it in front of anyone for many years. To be able to push a yellow level firmament palm to the level of a black level, this was really too terrifying. Big mouth, Li swallowed a mouthful of water and subconsciously took a few steps back. He was filled with fear toward Xiaoyang and felt that Xiaoyang was an abnormal genius. It was too inconceivable. When the servants he brought along saw this scene, they hurriedly threw down the items in their hands and retreated, hiding behind Li Dazhou. What a joke! Even Big Mouth, Li wasn't a match for Xiaoyang. Wouldn't they, as servants, be sending themselves to their deaths if they rushed up? Thief with a different surname, I'll give you 10 breaths to put my things back where they belong and then scram. Otherwise, I'll let you know the terror of a genius. Xiao Yang's face was cold and his eyes were emotionless as he stared at the other party. His baleful aura spread out and enveloped the entire place. It was as if he was from the Azura Hell, scaring everyone present so much that they didn't dare to move. Big Mouth felt very embarrassed. He originally came here full of confidence to find trouble, but he didn't expect to be defeated by the other party. Now that he was completely beaten into submission, his heart was filled with unwillingness and fear. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva again and summoned a little courage. However, his attitude softened a little as he said, "Xiaoyang, don't be so arrogant. This is the clan's policy. At most in 2 days, I'll definitely bring the decree over. At that time, I'll see how you climb out of here." Humph! Then he looked at the servants and said angrily, "Why aren't you hurriedly putting the items back where they belong? Are you waiting for death?" The servants lowered their heads in fear and bustled about. After they finished their work, Big Mouth brought them away with a face full of shame and anger. "Young master, what should we do? If the other party doesn't have a decree, we can still delay. However, if the decree comes, it represents the strength of the entire clan. Unless we betray the clan, we can only listen to the clan's arrangements." Xiao Man's pink cheeks were filled with worry. She was very worried about what would happen in 2 days. This decree was irresistible. It represented the clan's will. "Don't worry, just wait patiently." Xiaoyang was indifferent. He comforted her and brought her into the small courtyard. Advancing from a 4th-ranked warrior to a 5th-ranked warrior in 2 days might be very difficult for others, but for Xiaoyang it was just a matter of raising his hand and moving his foot. He understood very well that the clan's policy was a game between the main branch and the branch, and the main branch and the branch. In a clan, there were many large groups and forces. After cultivating for a cup of tea's time, Xiao Man came in with a little surprise and reported, "Young master, Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others have come to visit you. They are outside the door at the moment. Do you want to see them?" When Xiaoyang was in dire straits, Xiao Pai and the others often found trouble with Xiaoyang. The relationship between both sides was very stiff. Why would they be kind enough to visit him? Of course, she didn't know that Xiaoyang had once beaten them into submission. "Let them in." Xiaoyang slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "When he defeated Xiao Pai and the others, he made them offer him some poisonous herbs, poisonous pills, poisonous flowers, and other cultivation resources every month. It seemed that they were now delivering themselves to his door. Now that Xiaoyang had nothing, if he wanted to break through, he would need a lot of resources." A few people came in with a very low attitude. They lowered their heads and bent their backs. "Greetings to elder cousin." Because they were all disciples with the same surname, it wasn't wrong to call him that. "And why are you looking for me?" Xiaoyang asked expressionlessly. Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others hurriedly took out some poisonous materials and handed them over. "Elder cousin, we worked hard to gather these. Please don't dislike them." Xiaoyang didn't reach out to take them. He only told Xiao Man to accept them. This showed his noble demeanor. After these people handed over the resources, they didn't leave. This made Xiaoyang a little surprised. He frowned and asked calmly, "Is there anything else?" Xiao Pai and Xiao Qingmu looked at each other. They were a little hesitant because they were afraid that Xiaoyang wouldn't agree. They thought about it and said nervously, "It's like this. We took a mission a while ago. With our abilities, we can't complete it at all. We want to ask for elder cousin's help. There are many choices for the mission's reward. You can choose a high-grade yellow rank poison pill, or a cultivation method." "Wait, you said there's a high-grade yellow rank poison pill?" Xiaoyang didn't wait for them to speak and immediately interrupted them. He wasn't interested in the other content. He was only interested in the poison pill. As a possessor of the poison physique, once he had the poison pill, his cultivation speed would greatly increase. Xiao Pai and Xiao Qingmu were a little surprised by Xiaoyang's reaction. But since the other party was interested, it couldn't be better. They hurriedly said, "Yes, elder cousin, There's a high-grade yellow, rank poison pill as a reward. Anne, I can help you with this mission. I'll take the poison pill. Is there a problem? Xiao Yang asked calmly. Chapter 22. Hearing Xiao Yang's intention to join, Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others were very excited. Their eyes were filled with joy as they hurriedly said, Of course, no problem. As long as we complete this mission, we can get other rewards. If we can't complete it, we will be severely punished. With Cousin's help, we can't thank you enough. Okay, come and find me in 2 days. Xiao Yang waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. They agreed and left silently with excited expressions. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw the slightly famous Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Chao are paying him a visit. These two were both rank 6 warriors and had always been proud and aloof. Why did they come to visit him? Greetings, big brother Jingtian and sister Xiao, or Xiao Qingmu. Xiao Pai and the others hurriedly greeted them. Okay, is brother Xiao Yang here? Xiao Jingtian asked. It turned out that Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Xiao were also here to visit Xiao Yang. Otherwise, why would they call him brother? This made Xiao Pai and Xiao Qingmu very shocked. They had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Yang. They secretly sighed that Xiao Yang was really not simple. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could make Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Chao or lower themselves. Thinking of this, they became even more excited. They felt that this time they had found the right person to ask Xiao Yang to help them complete this mission. They respectfully responded, then took their leave. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Chao were also very helpless. There was no other way. Who asked them to stumble in front of Xiao Yang? Thinking of this, they were very depressed. They entered the small courtyard. When Xiao Man saw them, she was very surprised. Then, with a worried face, she hurriedly ran back to Xiao Yang's side and said in a panic, Young master, you should avoid them first. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Chao are here. They are both 6th ranked warriors and are very strong. She didn't know about the grudge between Xiao Yang and them, so she instinctively thought that the 2 people in front of her were here to cause trouble. After all, after Xiao Yang fell, there were many people who came to cause trouble. It's okay, let them come. Xiao Yang was calm and composed. He was also thinking of looking for the 2 of them. After all, the original agreement was still in place. If he wanted to break through, he would need a huge amount of resources. Xiao Mang was extremely anxious. Her delicate brows were almost knitted into a line. Seeing Xiao Yang being so stubborn, she couldn't do anything. She could only think about how she would lower herself and put in a good word for her young master. She led the 2 of them to Xiao Yang. Just as she was about to speak up for Xiao Yang, she saw an unbelievable scene. These 2 experts actually lowered their statuses. She was a little confused. Weren't these 2 here to cause trouble? Brother Xiao Yang, you seem to be very relaxed. I heard that all the 4th ranked warriors have to give up their houses. Aren't you worried at all? Xiao Jingtian teased when he saw Xiao Yang. Ever since he witnessed the battle between Xiao Yang and Xiao Donglai, he was completely convinced by Xiao Yang. Not to mention, he also witnessed the battle between Xiao Yang and Xiao Qin with his own eyes. He already had the intention to curry favor with him. After all, the other party was a guy with endless potential. Xiao Qiao continued, Brother Jingtian, what are you worrying about? Brother Xiao Yang's talent is amazing. Cultivation is like a toy to him. It's very easy for him to break through. All right, stop talking nonsense. Send the qi-nourishing pills over. Xiao Yang frowned and said decisively. He was very tight on time. Of course, he wouldn't waste it on these meaningless spittle. Moreover, he didn't really like these 2 people. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Chao were very embarrassed because they didn't prepare enough resources. This couldn't be blamed on them. They could only blame this damn Xiao Yang for tricking them. They now needed to pay 860 qi nourishing pills. This was simply an astronomical number. Brother Xiao Yang, can you? They wanted to beg him to be more lenient. No. However, before they finished speaking, Xiao Yang decisively refused. This caused them to be speechless. Even if he couldn't he at least let them finish? Didn't he know the basic respect? Of course, they were lambs being slaughtered at this moment, so they naturally didn't dare to express their dissatisfaction. Xiao Man, who was watching from the side, had extraordinary splendor in her eyes. Her sparkling eyes were filled with joy and excitement. It was as if Xiao Yang, who was at his peak, had returned. Didn't you see? Even the powerful Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao had submitted to him. Servants followed their master's glory. She also felt that she was basking in Xiao Yang's glory. She said indifferently, "Young master, weren't you interested in the poison pills just now? Their father is the manager of the poison pavilion. If—" Xiao Yang's eyes instantly lit up. Why didn't he think of this? Desire appeared in his eyes as he looked at the two of them hungrily. He hurriedly said, "2 high-grade yellow-rank poison pills, and our grudges will be written off." Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao were slightly delighted. At the very least, Xiao Yang's temperament had changed. This was easy to deal with. If they exchanged goods of equal value, the pressure on them to pay would be much less. However, it was a little difficult for the other party to ask for 2 high-grade yellow-class poison pellets. One had to know that the number of high-grade poison pellets in the clan could be counted with one hand. If one didn't have a huge contribution, one wouldn't be qualified to ask for it. Even if their father was the manager of the poison pavilion, the difficulty was still extremely high. Xiao Jingtian probed, "Brother Xiao Yang, you know the clan situation as well. 2 high-grade yellow-rank poison pills are indeed difficult to achieve. However, if it's 2 mid-grade yellow-rank poison pills, then we can ask for them to be given to you right now." Xiao Qiao hurriedly agreed. Big brother Jingtian is right. I hope big brother Xiao Yang can understand. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. He naturally knew the clan's situation in the poison pavilion, and he pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, then 2 mid-grade yellow-rank poison pills. However, I want to work in the poison pavilion. Give me an identity." Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao glanced at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. It was much easier to deal with since the other party had agreed. As for the identity, the other party didn't say anything about it, so it was extremely easy to casually obtain the identity of a low-rank apprentice. They agreed without saying anything. "All right, it's a deal. Brother Xiao Yang, please wait for a moment." Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao turned around and left in a hurry. Half the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed. The two of them returned once more. They waved their hands and skillfully handed over the 2 mid-grade yellow-rank poison pills along with an identity token. "Brother Xiao Yang, take it well. Our grudges are written off." The two of them looked at Xiao Yang with excitement. This bad debt could finally be settled. Xiao Yang received the poison pills and the token, and he was similarly excited. He wasn't someone who would go back on his word. He nodded to them and waved his hand, causing 2 agreement slips to appear. The agreement slips flew over to them under the effect of skillful movements. After they saw it clearly, they were excited and immediately circulated their cultivation to destroy the agreement slips. They heaved a long sigh of relief as they finally had no more burdens. Chapter 23. You don't know the burden of being burdened by debt. It's like a stone pressing down on your heart. You can't let it go for even a moment. Don't mention how oppressive and heavy it is, especially this kind of agreement between the eyebrows. If it can't be resolved, it will give you a fatal blow at the critical moment of breaking through. As Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao, who cherished their lives and had outstanding cultivation talent, they would rather be poor than be burdened with debt. Since we're even, I'll take my leave. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao hurriedly left this place, wanting to stay far away from Xiao Yang. After all, Xiao Yang was too good at cheating people. They had been tricked once, and they didn't want to be tricked a second time. Xiao Yang waved his hand and couldn't be bothered to talk to them. After the two of them went out of the door, Xiao Jingtian slowed down slightly, but his expression was very hesitant and conflicted. Behind him, Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up and she looked happy. She wanted to speed up and catch up. Unfortunately, she heard Xiao Jingtian sigh and saw him quickly leave. Perhaps Xiao Jingtian had some feelings for her. However, she was afraid that after this separation, they would be strangers from now on. Xiao Qiao felt inexplicably sad and left in disappointment. Xiao Man, I'm going into seclusion. I won't see any guests during this period. Xiao Yang instructed and then returned to the cultivation room. Now that he had many poison attribute medicinal herbs and 2 yellow rank middle grade poison pills. With the potential of his poison body, he would definitely be able to condense a poison meridian and break through his cultivation. Not to mention, Fiery Bird was here. Fiery Bird had broken through to the martial ancestor realm, and its nihility flames were even more powerful. With the help of cultivation, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Xiao Yang held his breath and focused. He slowly relaxed and entered the ethereal state. Then he circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique and slowly devoured the poison of the poison attribute medicinal herbs. After these medicinal herbs turned into ashes, he began to absorb the poison of the 2 yellow rank middle grade poison pills. Fiery Bird also spat out the nihility flames. Time passed by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Li Dazue once again brought a large group of servants to Xiao Yang's residence. Xiao Yang, you stupid piece of trash. Hurry up and come out. Do you believe that I won't tear down your house? He cursed loudly at the door, feeling pleased with his success, as if he was about to get his revenge. Yes, after his hard work, he finally obtained the family's decree. With this decree, not to mention Xiao Yang, even Xiao Yang's father had to be obedient. He could finally walk with his head held high. 2 days ago, he had been humiliated by Xiao Yang, and he had been holding a grudge. Now he could finally avenge himself. A mere 4th-ranked warrior trash. What can he use to fight with me? Humph! He snorted coldly, but he was secretly delighted. Big mouth, Li had thought about it. This time he had to teach Xiao Yang a lesson so that he would know the consequences of offending him. He had already thought of how to humiliate Xiao Yang. Xiao Man was a little nervous and scared. Before, Xiao Yang had told her that he was going to go into seclusion. During this period of time, he could not be disturbed. She felt that Big Mouth, Li shouting here, would definitely disturb Xiao Yang. So, she ignored her fear and walked out of the door. She shouted at Big Mouth Li, "Big Mouth Li, what are you shouting for? You're like a dog, can't you be quiet?" "Humph, it's you, little girl." Big Mouth Li saw someone come out and was happy. He did not expect it to be Xiao Man, a lowly servant. What can she do? He was very disdainful. With a face full of disdain, he contemptuously said, "Go, quickly tell Xiao Yang to come out. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. I advise you to hurry up and get lost. Be careful not to be taught a lesson by my family." Xiao Man braced herself. The reason why she came out was because she did not want anyone to disturb Xiao Yang. How could she go and find Xiao Yang herself? In order to buy more time for Xiao Yang, she would rather die than submit. "How dare you, a mere servant, talk to me like that? You dare to treat the government order as nothing. I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that my dignity is not to be challenged, and the dignity of the government order is not to be challenged." Big Mouth Li roared. He raised his hand and used the firmament palm that he was familiar with. A slap landed on Xiao Man's face, and Xiao Man was sent flying. Her delicate body crashed into the door, and a loud bang was heard. A palm print appeared on her white and tender cheek. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She felt a burning pain, and even tears flowed from her eyes. However, she still did not retreat. She held onto the door with one hand and struggled to stand up. She met Big Mouth Li's gaze and stubbornly said, "If you want to enter this door, then you'll have to step over my dead body." Big Mouth Li narrowed his eyes. He felt a trace of threat from Xiao Man, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. The other party was so tenacious and determined. Once she set her sights on a target, she would never give up. If one day he was remembered by her, wouldn't it be troublesome? Moreover, he needed to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. "Well, I'll just use you as an example. Don't blame me." Big Mouth Li had already made up his mind. He snorted and used the firmament palm again. This time he did not intend to hold back. "Very well, then I'll fulfill your wish. Go to hell." Big Mouth Li roared. His face was ferocious, and his eyes looked like they were about to swallow someone. A palm that was enough to crush a person hit Xiao Man. Xiao Man only felt an abundant and majestic power descending on her body, as if it was going to crush her. She was frightened and closed her eyes in despair. She was just a servant of a third-stage martial disciple. How could she be an opponent of a fifth-stage martial disciple? She only regretted that she could not continue to accompany Xiaoyang. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Xiao Man thought that she should have been killed. However, after waiting for a while, she did not feel any pain and her consciousness was still there. She was surprised and slowly opened her eyes. She saw Big Mouth Li lying in front of her with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. This made Xiao Man very puzzled. When did she become so powerful? Hearing the voice behind her, she was overjoyed. It was young Master Xiaoyang who had come out of seclusion. "Big Mouth Li, you dared to hurt my servant and even had the intention to kill. I will not forgive you." Xiao Yang walked out with a fierce temperament. His gaze was sharp as he ruthlessly stabbed Big Mouth Li. Big Mouth Li breathed heavily. He wiped the warm blood on his cheek and gasped, "Xiaoyang, you dare? I came here with a decree. I am the executor of the mission. I represent the face of the family. If you dare to hurt me, you are going against the family. Do you want to betray the family?" He waved the decree in his hand, threatening Xiaoyang. "Betray the family? What a big hat! Why don't you say that you are abusing your power, taking advantage of your position to seek personal revenge? So what if I kill you?" Xiaoyang coldly shouted. Chapter 24. Ah! Li Dazhou screamed in pain. It was his right leg that had been broken by Xiaoyang. He was in so much pain that he grimaced and his face was pale. "Xiaoyang, you are courting death. I will not let you go. My family will not let you go either." Li Dazhou panicked and hurriedly took out his life-saving talisman. "Ridiculous! I will let you die in peace." Xiaoyang coldly shouted. He released the aura of a 5th-ranked warrior. This caused Li Dazhou's pupils to shrink. His face was filled with disbelief, and he even sucked in a breath of cold air. Immediately after, his face became even paler. He knew that he was tricked by Xiaoyang and became desperate. The government decree was only effective for the younger generation of 4th-ranked warriors and had no effect on 5th-ranked warriors. He was using a chicken feather as an arrow, but in the end he chose the wrong target. He deserved this fate. Li Dazhou finally understood why he was unable to withstand a single palm strike from the other party. One must know that 2 days ago he could at least withstand 1 or 2 attacks. It turned out that the other party's cultivation speed was so monstrous. He closed his eyes in despair and was filled with regret. As for the servants he brought, they had already scattered and fled in panic. They did not want to die together with Li Dazhou. "Big brother Xiao, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to change. I will not provoke you in the future. When I see you, I will kneel down and pay my respects to you. I have a small gift here to show my filial piety to you." "That's right. I came this time to pay my respects to you and give you a gift." Li Dazhou knew that he was about to be finished. He quickly lowered his posture and begged for mercy like a mangy dog. Xiao Yang snorted and reached out to receive the other party's gift. And there were still some good things. There were at least a few low-grade poison pills. Xiao Yang accepted it without blushing or skipping a beat. In this day and age, who would not want to have cultivation resources? Having cultivation resources meant that the road to advancement would be smooth. He kept a few poison pills and gave the rest of the qi-nurturing pills and other miscellaneous things to Xiaoman. He said, "These are all for you. Cultivate well." After hesitating for a moment, Lil Man reached out to take it and thanked him. Qi-nourishing pills had always been distributed only to the children of small family or the management level. Maids and servants like them could not even dream of getting their hands on them. This was also the reason why their cultivation level was not high. Now that Xiaoyang had given it to her just like that, Little Man was touched. She swore to herself that she would work hard to cultivate and catch up to Xiaoyang. "All right, my family's Xiaoman is magnanimous and won't bicker with you. Now, slap yourself 10 times to admit your mistake. In the future, if you help me collect poison pills, I won't forget to reward you." Xiaoyang said indifferently, "Yes, I know my mistake. I will work hard for young master in the future." Big Mouth Li hurriedly agreed. Then he slapped his cheeks 10 times. Every slap was very heavy because he was afraid that Xiaoyang would think that he was insincere. After that, he took his leave. After walking far away, he hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Then he kept touching his cheek. It really hurt. Lil Man returned to the house's secret room and began to cultivate. Xiaoyang muttered, "This Xiao Qin has the cultivation of a martial master. He also has a profound grade martial technique and an earth grade tyrant blade. I am not his match at all. I still have to work hard." Just as he was thinking about what to do next, several figures quickly came over. It was Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others. He had promised them before to help them complete their mission. "Cousin, we are ready." They hurriedly saluted Xiaoyang. In fact, they had been here for a while and had seen Xiaoyang teach Big Mouth Li a lesson with their own eyes. They were the first to come into contact with Xiaoyang. Previously, Xiaoyang was only a first-order warrior. Now he was actually a fifth-order warrior. This caused them to be greatly shocked, and they were even more determined to serve him. "And tell me about your mission," Xiaoyang asked. This mission would at least give him a yellow-grade, upper-grade poison pill. It would at least allow him to break through a realm. This was something that could only be found by chance. "It's like this. 50 kilometers north of Danwu town, there is an evil cultivator. He has already slaughtered dozens of villagers in a village. The family has already issued this mission to kill the evil cultivator. We have 1 month to complete it. Now we have 1 week left." Xiao Qingmu's words were concise. Xiaoyang slightly frowned. In that case, it had already been 3 weeks since the incident. Xiaoyang didn't think it would be difficult to deal with this evil cultivator. The problem was, in this vast continent, where could he find him? He asked, "Then you have been busy for 3/4 of the time. Have you made any progress?" Xiao Pai and Xiao Qingmu's expression stiffened. In fact, they had encountered the evil cultivator before. However, they were not his match at all. If they had not escaped quickly, they would have died there. Because there was no progress at all, they were very embarrassed and embarrassed. Xiao Pai touched his nose embarrassedly and said, "Cousin, that evil cultivator has the cultivation of a 7th-ranked warrior. We are not his match at all, so there was no progress." Xiaoyang naturally knew the strength of these people in front of him. The strongest was only a 4th-ranked warrior. It was simply too difficult for them to deal with a 7th-ranked warrior. This also explained why the reward was so generous. Firstly, it was to train the children of the Xiao family. Secondly, it was to eliminate evil for the people. Xiaoyang was a little speechless and said, "I'm asking, where is the evil cultivator? Can you confirm his location?" He didn't expect these guys to deal with the evil cultivator. He just wanted to know where the evil cultivator was. Hearing this question, Xiao Qingmu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Cousin, that person is in Donglin Mountain. This information is only known to us for now. And you guys wait here for the news. I will be back soon," Xiao Yang said calmly. Then he used his movement skill and jumped 400 feet, quickly leaving this place. "Cousin, let's go too? We can also help." Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others were suddenly anxious. Of course. They also knew that they were not the evil cultivator's match. But seeing Xiao Yang face the evil cultivator alone, they felt embarrassed. Donglin Mountain. The trees were lush and the mountain range was continuous. There were few people coming and going. In a temporarily opened cave, an evil cultivator with disheveled hair and wearing a black robe was laughing maniacally. In front of him, there were more than 10 corpses. Sometimes he would devour the death energy of the corpses. Other times he would pick up the corpses' arms and eat them. It was very disgusting and cruel. Every time he devoured death energy and ate human flesh, his cultivation would rapidly increase. It was because they used the lives of humans to cultivate that they were called evil cultivators. Evil cultivators were also divided into different grades. There were a total of 9 grades. The higher the grade, the more terrifying the evil cultivator's strength was. Currently, this evil cultivator was classified as a 3rd-ranked evil cultivator by the Evil Cultivator Alliance. Chapter 25. Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others only knew that this was an extremely evil cultivator. But they didn't know that this evil cultivator was from the Evil Cultivator Alliance. If they knew the true identity of this evil cultivator, they would have retreated long ago. The Evil Cultivator Alliance was an extremely terrifying and evil organization. The members of this group were all cruel and ruthless people who took pleasure in killing people to cultivate. Moreover, each of them was valiant and couldn't be ignored. Anyone who was targeted by this organization could only die. There was once a 9th-stage martial master cultivator who was on the Evil Cultivator Alliance's must-kill list. In less than 2 days, this cultivator, who was half a step into the martial ancestor realm, was killed. Of course, Xiao Yang, who was striding into the eastern forest mountain, also didn't know the true identity of this evil cultivator, but it didn't matter. To Xiao Yang, as long as he killed this evil cultivator, he could successfully complete the clan's mission and receive a high-grade yellow rank poison pill, which was enough for him to break through a realm. This was already enough. He walked up the mountain and released his divine sense, quickly locking onto the evil cultivator's position. The evil cultivator, who was eating the thigh meat of a corpse, also seemed to have sensed someone coming up the mountain. He was startled for a moment, then he sneered. His eyes flowed with a cruel light, and saliva flowed out of the corner of his mouth. "Just right. I'm tired of eating too much dead meat. I can eat fresh meat of a living person to satisfy my craving." The evil cultivator laughed sinisterly and walked out of the cave with madness. Since the other party came to die, he naturally welcomed him. It must be clear that he was an evil cultivator who needed to eat a huge amount of human flesh and absorb life force. Jia, jia, jia. He chewed his mouth, and there was still human flesh between his teeth. Coupled with his dirty hair, it was a ghastly sight. From afar, Xiao Yang noticed the evil cultivator who was laughing sinisterly and stuffing human flesh hundreds of feet away. He frowned, and his expression was somewhat disgusted. He had always hated this kind of heartless and inhumane trash to the extreme, and he couldn't wait to deal with it quickly. "You're the one who slaughtered the 34 people of Huang Village." Xiao Yang leaped 420 feet. And in a few breaths' time he was only 10 feet away from the evil cultivator. He looked at him calmly and asked expressionlessly, "Jia, Jia, Jia, what fresh human flesh? I can smell a dense aura of life. After eating you, I can break through another level. Even the total number of people in the Huang village can't compare to you. Jia, 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 hurry up and let me eat." The evil cultivator's eyes were filled with greed and madness. He took a bite of the human hand in his hand and threw it away as if he was disgusted. Then he stared at Xiaoyang and slowly walked toward Xiaoyang. Then it's you, the beast that angers both man and God. Xiaoyang frowned and gave the other party a definition. He breathed and circulated his cultivation technique. His aura slowly rose, and his battle intent spread out. This was the rhythm of getting ready to fight. In fact, Xiaoyang could have let Fiery Bird attack. With Fiery Bird's martial ancestor cultivation, it could have burned the evil cultivator to death with just its mouth. However, he wasn't willing to do so. Now that he had broken through to the 5th ranked warrior with the help of a middle-grade, yellow-ranked poison pill, he needed someone to spar with. Coincidentally, this evil cultivator who was a 7th ranked warrior was suitable. Firmament Palm. Xiaoyang deduced a perfect and profound palm technique with traces of Tao rhythm. As he danced, the surrounding wind blew, and the fallen leaves were swept up and floated in the air. The firmament palm had already reached the proficient level, and its power was astonishing. It couldn't be underestimated. Give me your life. Xiaoyang roared and struck out with his palm. The moment he struck out, a buzzing sound could be heard in the air, and a 10 feet tall mountain condensed. This mountain was surrounded by a yellow light, and its aura was majestic. It contained an endless amount of destructive power. Boom! The incomparably domineering mountain suddenly bombarded the evil cultivator. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and it was unstoppable. The evil cultivator took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He felt a threatening aura from Xiaoyang's firmament palm, even though his cultivation was 2 ranks higher. So it's a kid from the Xiao family. Very well, I'll eat you up. The evil cultivator suddenly burst out with the power of a 7th ranked warrior, and an astonishing aura shrouded the entire area. He formed a seal with both hands, and an indescribable aura lingered around his body. Finger of Acheron. As he roared, he raised one of his hands and pointed at Xiaoyang. The moment he pointed his finger, a loud buzzing sound could be heard in the air, and a 10 feet tall fingerprint was condensed out of thin air. This fingerprint released an earth-shattering power, and with a buzzing sound, it directly collided with the mountain. The moment the two collided, there was a deafening thunderous sound, and a shockwave instantly swept out in all directions. If one was hit by this terrifying shockwave, they would definitely be injured. Xiaoyang thought of this, and the evil cultivator must have thought of this as well. Logically speaking, in this situation, the evil cultivator should retreat first and then think of a way to attack. However, Xiaoyang suddenly faced the danger head-on. Ignoring the terrifying lethality of the shockwave, he hurriedly operated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant skill and used the thousand poisonous hands, approaching the evil cultivator with an astonishing speed of 450 feet in one step. Thousands of poisonous palms shrouded the evil cultivator, and a black poisonous fog filled the air. Ah, how is this possible, damn it? The evil cultivator was shocked. He did not expect that the other party would forcefully attack him even if he was seriously injured. He also did not expect the other party's thousand poisonous hands to be so terrifying. Not to mention the majestic power. Just the poison alone was enough to kill. The evil cultivator, who had suffered a small loss, cried out in alarm. He was very afraid of Xiaoyang and did not dare to continue fighting to the death with Xiaoyang. He immediately took out a black soul flag, which was refined by absorbing thousands of souls. It was a black-grade magic treasure. Explode! The evil cultivator roared and hurriedly activated the black soul flag to self-destruct. Then he immediately used his movement technique to escape. He had no choice but to activate it. Under Xiaoyang's thousand poisonous hands, he had already felt the aura of death. For the sake of his life, he did not care even if his heart ached for the black-grade magic treasure. Following the sound of an explosion, Xiaoyang's entire body was sent flying. Want to escape? No way. Xiao Yang, who was thrown into the air by the shock wave, snorted coldly. He immediately flicked his finger and shot out a void flame. The void flame was poisonous in nature, but it appeared as a flame. Damn it. What kind of flame is this? I can't even extinguish it. The evil cultivator cried out in alarm. His leg had been hit by the void flame, and now it was burning nonstop. It gradually spread to his waist. He had tried all kinds of methods, but he was still unable to extinguish it. Under the intense pain, he screamed again and again. Because he did not decisively cut off his leg, the flame continued to spread and spread to his entire body, including his limbs. Chapter 26. It was too late for the evil cultivator, who was engulfed in flames, to regret his actions. He could only scream in pain as he felt his body slowly disappearing. If he wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up in this state. He thought regretfully. He didn't feel that this was the end of his evil deeds. Xiao Yang came to the side of the evil cultivator with serious injuries. Seeing that the evil cultivator was burnt to the point where only his head was left, he pointed with one hand and the nihility flame stopped burning. The evil cultivator died with his eyes wide open. I finally succeeded. Xiao Yang sighed. If he didn't take the risk, he might have to pay a heavier price. After all, the evil cultivator was a rank 7 warrior. If the evil cultivator decided to escape, he wouldn't be able to catch up. After being hit by 2 explosions, even Xiao Yang, who had a poisoned body, couldn't bear it. It seemed that he had to go back and recuperate for a while. But thinking about the reward of a high-grade, yellow-level poison pill, he felt that it was worth it. Xiao Yang, who was about to leave, found a sword-shaped bronze plate on the ground. He picked it up and looked at it. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Damn, this thief is actually a member of the Evil Cultivator Alliance, and he's rank 3. My goodness, this can be exchanged for a lot of poison pills. Xiao Yang recognized the sword-shaped bronze plate at a glance. Under normal circumstances, only members of the Evil Cultivator Alliance were allowed to wear it. There was a number 3 on the plate, which represented the other party's rank. After taking a few steps, Xiao Yang felt a gust of cold wind in front of him. He suddenly felt that the temperature around him had dropped a lot and couldn't help but stop. After waiting for a while, he saw illusory figures in front of him. These figures were big and small, and there were women and children. This was the first time Xiao Yang encountered such a situation. He couldn't help but be on guard. But these hundreds and thousands of figures didn't have any intention to attack. This made Xiao Yang slightly relieved. These illusory figures bowed to Xiao Yang and then disappeared one by one. So the soul of the Black Soul flag has been released. I sincerely wish you all the best. Have a safe journey. Xiao Yang looked at the fragments of the Black Soul flag and immediately understood. After spending a lot of time, they returned to the Xiao family's courtyard again. Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others didn't leave. They sat on the stone benches in the pavilion and sighed, looking very conflicted. Xiao Pai said, "Do you think cousin can do it alone? After all, he is a vicious evil cultivator and has the cultivation of a rank 7 warrior. Why don't we go and help him?" "It's just that cousin told us to stay here. Cousin is so strong. Will we be a burden to him?" Xiao Qingmu frowned and hesitated for a moment before he said decisively, "Come, let's go over and take a look at the situation. If worst comes to worst, we'll just retreat in advance. We can't let cousin brother take the risk for us." Their consciences were troubled. When they stood up and prepared to leave, they saw Xiao Yang standing in front of them and looking at them calmly. They were stunned for a moment before they became excited. Their eyes lit up as they said, "Cousin, you're back? Are you hurt?" They were both happy and worried. They were happy that Xiao Yang was safe and sound. They were worried that Xiao Yang's life was in danger and that the mission wasn't completed. Xiao Yang nodded and looked at Xiao Pai and Xiao Qingmu. He handed over the head in his hand and ordered, "This is the evil cultivator. Go and get your rewards. Remember to bring my pills." "Hua, They were in an uproar and looked at Xiao Yang with excitement. They were so happy that they almost jumped up. The mission was finally completed. It was all thanks to Xiao Yang. They couldn't do it even if they worked together. But Xiao Yang solved it alone. It was too amazing. Xiao Pai and Xiao Qingmu agreed and left happily with their companions. This time, they only received the mission of killing evil cultivators. Actually, there was another mission that was already completed, which was to kill the evil Cultivator Alliance members. Of course, Xiao Yang wasn't in a hurry to go over. He needed to rest. He went to the secret room and cultivated for half a day. His injuries were completely healed. After all, the poison body was special. With fiery birds' flames of nihility, whether it was cultivation or recovery, it was twice the result with half the effort. After leaving the secret room, he saw Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others waiting for him. "Cousin, you're out of seclusion? Here, this is yours. Keep it well." They were full of gratitude as they handed over the yellow-level, high-grade poison pills. After all, this was what they had promised. Xiao Yang was overjoyed as he received the poison pill. This was a high-grade poison pill. With this, his cultivation would be able to increase by a level. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two parties left. In this mission, they had obtained what they wanted. Some were magic treasures, some were cultivation techniques, and some were martial techniques. They couldn't wait to practice. "I should go and get my rewards." Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Xiao family was such a big family. Basically, they had all kinds of pavilions. This time, Xiao Yang went to the mission pavilion. He wanted to see what the reward for killing the evil Cultivator Alliance members was, and see if it was worth it. Soon, he found the answer he wanted. The mission board recorded that killing an evil Cultivator Alliance member would give him pills. Killing a level 1 evil cultivator would give him a middle-grade yellow-level pill. Killing a level 2 evil cultivator would give him 2 middle-grade yellow-level pills. Killing a level 3 evil cultivator would give him a high-grade yellow-level pill. I can actually choose a high-grade pill. Not bad. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. He was excited. He prepared to go and get his rewards. Coincidentally, he met Lin Shanshan and him, who were also here to get their rewards. Trash, you're here too? What a joke. The lowest requirement here is to be a 5th-ranked warrior. Even someone like you came here. Are you sure you're not here to humiliate yourself? Lin Shanshan's words were sharp and unkind as she mocked Xiao Yang, although she didn't have the slightest bit of guilt for framing Xiao Yang, nor did she have the slightest bit of self-blame for poisoning Xiao Yang. On the contrary, because Xiao Yang didn't die, she took it to heart and hated Xiao Yang even more. Xiao Qin, who was a martial master, did not even bother to look at Xiao Yang. He stood there indifferently with his head held high. To him, if he were to bicker with Xiao Yang, it would be lowering his status. There was a huge dividing line between a martial master and a martial warrior. Those below a martial master were all ants. If Xiao Yang didn't run fast enough, he would have fallen under his sword. Xiao Yang was too lazy to pay attention to this vicious woman. He walked straight to the counter. "You, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Stop right there." Lin Shanshan saw that Xiao Yang didn't pay attention to her and immediately became angry. She snorted and stretched out her hand, wanting to grab Xiao Yang. However, Xiao Yang instantly used his 5th-ranked martial warrior cultivation to dodge. "You, 5th-ranked martial warrior?" Lin Shanshan was shocked. Chapter 27. Even Xiao Qin couldn't help but take another look at Xiao Yang. One must know that Lin Shanshan was a 6th-ranked warrior, yet she couldn't catch Xiao Yang. It could be seen that Xiao Yang's cultivation was below the 5th-ranked warrior. Looking at it this way, Xiao Yang's speed of advancement was a bit terrifying. Xiao Chen was afraid that, in a month's time, he might really become Xiao Chen's opponent. After pondering for a while, Xiao Chen quickly put it down. It was still the same sentence. Those below the martial master level were all ants. What was there to think about? Lin Shanshan's face was a bit ugly. She knew that Xiao Yang's cultivation was very weak before, so she mocked him by saying that the mission's requirement was to be at least a 5th-ranked warrior. She looked down on him, but in the end he displayed a 5th-ranked warrior's cultivation. This was too much of a slap to her face. Her face was gloomy and her expression was extremely ugly. Seeing Xiao Yang approaching the exchange counter, she sneered and said contemptuously, "You won't be able to complete any of the missions here. I advise you to leave early and stop making a fool of yourself." Immediately, she took out a sword-shaped bronze plate and threw it to the person in charge of the exchange counter. "Xiao Yang, I'll show you what an achievement is." When the person in charge of the exchange counter saw the sword-shaped bronze plate, his eyes lit up and he became excited. He grabbed it and exclaimed, "This is the symbol of a member of the evil Cultivator Alliance." "My God, you guys actually killed a member of the evil Cultivator Alliance. Amazing! It has been 2 years since anyone from the Xiao family completed this mission." Lin Shanshan was a little proud when she heard the praise from the person in charge of the counter. She raised her head proudly and glanced at Xiao Yang with disdain. Xiao Yang was like a piece of trash. How could he be compared to her? In fact, this mission was completed jointly with Xiao Qin. She opened her mouth and reminded, "Look at the grade of the bronze plate." The person in charge of the counter was so excited that he forgot to check the level. He was even happier when he saw it. "You're a level 2 heretic. Amazing. Even a level 1 heretic is hard to deal with. They're all extremely ferocious and powerful. You actually killed a level 2 heretic. Little girl, what's your name?" Lin Shanshan felt an unprecedented sense of vanity satisfaction. She said proudly, "My name is Lin Shanshan. This is my fiancé Xiaoqin. We completed it together." "Oh, so it's the number 1 genius Xiaoqin. Amazing, amazing. Little girl, you're not bad either. You two are a perfect match for each other." The person in charge of the counter hurriedly walked out and bowed to Xiaoqin. Ever since Xiao Yang had fallen, the position of the number 1 genius had changed hands. After pleasing these 2 people, the person in charge of the counter immediately turned around. With a sullen face, he impatiently glared at Xiao Yang and scolded, "Little disciple who just broke through to the 5th order warrior, why are you still not scramming? Can't you see that I have guests right now? Hurry up and scram, you don't have any eyesight." Lin Shanshan was even happier. She wanted to see Xiao Yang in a sorry state. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up. He was even more disdainful of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang slightly frowned. He walked towards the other counter and took out a bronze sword and handed it over to the old woman. The old woman in charge of the second counter didn't like Xiao Yang at first. She was also very envious of the first counter's reward. One must know that for this kind of mission, the more rewards they exchanged, the more commission they would get and the more rewards they would get. There was also competition between the counters. However, when she saw the bronze sword, her eyes widened and her pupils shrunk. She was very surprised and exclaimed, "It's actually a mission to kill a heretic." She couldn't help but grab the bronze sword, afraid that it would be taken away by others. Hearing the exclamation, Lin Shanshan and the old man at the first counter walked over. Even Xiao Chen was a little surprised and couldn't help but look over. Lin Shanshan curled her lips and said with disdain, "What's so great about it? You must have been lucky. At most, it's only a level 1 heretic. What's there to show off?" The old man at the first counter also thought so. After all, Xiao Yang's cultivation was too low. He was only a 5th-ranked warrior and had just met the requirements to accept the mission. After the old woman in charge of the second counter heard this, she hurriedly looked at the other side of the bronze sword. There was a number 3 engraved on it. This. For a moment, she was so surprised that she was incoherent and couldn't say a word. "Level 3 heretic bronze sword," the old woman exclaimed. "What?" Everyone present had a face full of shock. They couldn't believe it. The old man in charge of the first counter immediately took 2 steps forward and took the bronze sword from the old woman's hand. At first glance, he staggered 2 steps and his face turned pale. His expression was full of regret. This was really a level 3 heretic bronze sword. To think that he had chased away the business that was already in his hands. If he had handed in this bronze sword, his performance would have increased by a few points. Therefore, he immediately put on a smile, bent over, and said fawningly, "Young man, do you think you can exchange it with me? As long as you have any other requests, I will satisfy you." In order to increase his performance, he didn't care about his face and position. "Old fart, that's enough. You dare to steal my business?" The old woman exploded and grabbed the bronze plate back. Then, she looked at Xiao Yang with an amiable expression and asked him what he wanted. Even Xiao Qin did not receive such treatment. Lin Shanshan was so angry that her face turned pale. She wanted to attack Xiao Yang every time. How could she be attacked by him every time? She walked forward in disbelief and personally checked the bronze sword. After confirming it, she became dispirited and lost her soul. "I want to exchange it for a high-grade poison pill," Xiao Yang said calmly. Ever since he found out that he had a poison body, he decisively gave up on the qi-nourishing pill. Everything was related to poison. Poison pill. The old woman was stunned. Shouldn't it be the qi-nourishing pill? However, she quickly reacted and hurriedly said, Okay, I do have a poison pill. I happen to have one." The old woman took out the poison pill and handed it to Xiao Yang. This poison pill was a high-grade, yellow-rank poison pill. It was exactly what Xiao Yang needed. Xiao Yang didn't have any objections. He confirmed the exchange and left without saying a word. Until now, he had 2 high-grade, yellow-rank poison pills. As for Lin Shanshan, she was full of bitterness and unwillingness. Even the old man at counter 1 felt bored. He took out 2 middle-grade pills from the counter and handed them to Lin Shanshan. However, with Xiao Yang's matter in front of them, what was there to be happy about with these 2 middle-grade pills? They left the place with gloomy expressions. Xiao Qin comforted, "These are all fancy things. During the competition, I will definitely cut him down with my sword." Lin Shanshan forced a smile and didn't say anything else. On the way back, Xiao Yang was indescribably relaxed and pleased. He couldn't wait to go into seclusion to improve his cultivation. Chapter 28. On the way, he met a person, Li Dazue. Big Mouth Li hurriedly walked over and anxiously approached Xiao Yang. He said in a low voice, "Young master, not good. Something has happened." Ever since he was suppressed by Xiao Yang, he had completely submitted to him. During this period of time, he had been busy collecting poison pills for Xiao Yang. However, due to the lack of time, he was unable to collect any in a short period of time. "And what's the matter?" Xiao Yang frowned slightly and looked at Li Dazue calmly. He felt that Li Dazue would not joke about this matter. "It's about the pharmacy. Your uncle, Xiao Rixing, is quarreling with the other people in charge. Quickly go and take a look. The person they are discussing is you." Li Dazue said anxiously. Ever since he had decided to submit to Xiao Yang, he had silently sided with Xiao Rixing. After all, Xiao Rixing had a good relationship with Xiao Yang's father and could be considered to be of the same bloodline. As a matter of fact, he had discovered this news at work and hurriedly came to report it. "And you have done well. I will remember this. Next time, look for me if there is anything," Xiao Yang said indifferently. Then he used his movement technique and rushed towards the pharmacy. Outside the door, he could hear the quarrel inside. Xiao Rixing said with a red face, "I will not agree to your suggestion to reduce Xiao Yang's share." Steward Zhu coldly snorted, "You have to agree even if you don't agree. Our resources cannot be wasted on a piece of trash." Steward Zhu echoed, "That's right. In the past, even if Xiao Yang had a large share, we would not say anything. However, the current Xiao Yang is purely wasting the pills." "Who are you calling a piece of trash?" Xiaoyang has already broken through to the 5th-ranked warrior, and his residence has not been taken back. Just based on his cultivation, he is worthy of his share, Xiao Rixing argued. Their bloodline could only place their hopes on Xiaoyang. They were all old and would leave sooner or later. So what if he is a 5th-ranked warrior? If he is unable to break through to the 6th-ranked warrior in 3 days, then our suggestion is still valid. At most, we will report it and see who the headquarters supports. Stewards were roared. Manager Yu was also very supportive, but since they had been colleagues for many years, he didn't want to fall out with them. He advised, giving Xiaoyang 3 days is already giving you face. If he can't break through to the 6th-ranked warrior, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Xiao Rixing snorted coldly but did not say anything. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door and Xiaoyang walked in. Xiaoyang, what are you doing here? Hurry up and cultivate. Xiao Rixing frowned and shouted sternly. He was in a bad mood and had already tried his best to buy time for Xiaoyang. He didn't want this hard-earned time to be wasted by the other party. Xiaoyang naturally understood Xiao Rixing's intentions. He said calmly, recently there's a cultivation problem that I can't figure out, so I asked Uncle Xiao to help me take a look. Please take a look. After he shouted, he immediately took out a pill and stuffed it into the nearest mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and an extremely strong poison spread throughout his body. Xiaoyang hurriedly circulated the heaven-devouring poison technique and quickly refined the poison, turning the medicinal effect into his cultivation. What he swallowed was a yellow-level, high-grade poison pill. With the addition of the poison body, he broke through to the next realm in an instant. The powerful cultivation of a 6th-ranked warrior was released from his body, and his aura was astonishing. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 3 dumbfounded fellows in front of him. Xiao Rixing was extremely excited at this moment. He was overjoyed and felt that Xiaoyang was more pleasing to the eye. Just now, these 2 stewards were arguing with him, but Xiaoyang directly broke through. Why would he need 3 days? This feeling of being slapped in the face was too good. He felt carefree and smiled at the 2 stewards. Stewards were, and manager Yu felt extremely embarrassed and immediately lowered their heads. And say it, what's the problem? Xiao Rixing looked at Xiaoyang with appreciation. At the same time, these 2 stewards were also a little curious. They were curious about the cultivation problem of a junior who could safely break through to the next realm at any time. My question is, why can I easily break through to the next realm without any difficulties? Xiaoyang asked with a serious face, his eyes full of smiles. What kind of question was this? He was obviously showing off. Of course, Xiao Rixing also understood that this question was for the 2 stewards to hear, who asked them to look down on him. Stewards were, and manager Yu were extremely embarrassed. Their faces were red and they were extremely embarrassed. All right, scram. Stop discussing here. Come to my courtyard to look for me when you are free. Xiao Rixing knew that it was enough to show off. If he continued to show off, he might offend someone. Anyway, now that Xiaoyang had fought back for him, he could be considered to have vented his anger and was in a good mood. Xiaoyang nodded and turned to leave. He came here this time to stand up for Xiao Rixing. Now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally had to leave. Li Dezue did not leave and waited at the door. He was also afraid that there would be a big problem inside. As long as he was here, he could know the situation at any time and inform people to come over. Fortunately, there was no fighting or killing inside. Young master, you... He saw that Xiaoyang's temperament was different and couldn't help but be startled. After being stunned for a while, he finally understood that Lin Fan had broken through to the next realm and reached the 6th-ranked warrior. Wasn't this too fast? It was too inconceivable. One must know that when he just walked in, he was still a 5th-ranked warrior. In less than 10 breaths of time, he was already a 6th-ranked warrior. This was too monstrous. This matter was too abnormal. Young master, "Young master, wait for me." Li Dezue hurriedly chased after him. Of course, he had to grasp this master who had endless potential and always created miracles. As he ran, he looked excited. This meant that he had made the right bet. In the future, he had to follow the young master closely. Li Dezue thought proudly. After returning to the house, Xiaoyang sat down and began to think about his next step. Now, he still had a yellow-ranked, high-grade poison pill. However, if he wanted to smoothly break through, he would have to add another pill of the same grade. After all, if he took too many pills, he would be immune. Forget it. I'll go to the poison medicine pavilion first. Xiaoyang pondered. Previously, he had asked Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Chao to get an identity token so that he could directly enter the poison medicine pavilion to work without passing the examination. As long as he entered, he would be able to come into contact with all kinds of poisons, which was beneficial for cultivation. Secondly, if he performed well in the poison medicine pavilion and was successfully promoted to an alchemist, he would be rewarded with a yellow-ranked high-grade poison pill. Xiaoyang was determined to get this. However, the alchemist examination was too difficult and there were many procedures. Moreover, there might be people who would deliberately make things difficult for him. This made Xiaoyang not very confident. Chapter 29. At the entrance of the poison pavilion. Stop right there. Who's there? You're tired of living for daring to trespass into the poison pavilion. 2 armored guards glared and released an extraordinary aura that locked onto Xiaoyang. Actually, they knew Xiaoyang as he was once the #1 genius of the Xiao family. As the guards of the family, they'd naturally seen him. Originally, according to their positions and identities, they would absolutely not be reduced to the position of guards. But they'd received the instructions of someone else, so they were here to stop Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang frowned as he glanced at the 2 guards with displeasure, and he couldn't be bothered to explain before withdrawing his command token and directly passing it over. He'd asked Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao to get this command token, so it wouldn't be so useless. The function of the command token was to represent one's identity. For example, there were many identities in the poison pavilion, and the most basic were apprentices, assistants, managers, guards, and alchemists. Different command tokens represented different identities. Even he wasn't too clear about the identity that Xiaoyang's command token represented. After all, he hadn't entered the poison pavilion to find out about it before. He figured that with Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao, or his ability, they wouldn't be able to obtain a high-level identity. The 2 guards were slightly stunned when they saw the command token. Anyone that possessed the poison pavilion's command token represented a person of status in the poison pavilion, and this sort of person could enter and leave the poison pavilion at will. But in this way, they would be unable to complete the task entrusted to them by a great figure. They glanced at each other as cold lights flashed within their eyes, and they quickly came to a unanimous decision. One of the guards stretched out his hand to receive the command token. He didn't even look at it before directly tossing it on the ground before grunting coldly. Don't use this dog shit command token to deceive others. Let me tell you, you better fuck off. If you continue to harass the poison pavilion, then be careful that we don't show mercy to you. They just wouldn't allow Xiaoyang to enter. Oh. Xiaoyang revealed a spurious smile as his eyes revealed a mocking expression. Very good. I hope your attitude can be as firm as before. He understood these high-level guards extremely well. They had no other choice but to rely on a camp, and now it was their camp that wanted to make things difficult for him. He took out a communication jade slip, crushed it, and sent out a message. This communication jade slip was very cheap. Basically, all Shouja would have it in case of emergency. Humph, little brat, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter who you call. Get the hell out of here. The guard shouted out with a look of disdain. If it was Xiaoyang at his peak, perhaps they wouldn't dare to offend him. However, ever since Xiaoyang had fallen from grace, they no longer had any scruples. Even the other servants didn't treat Xiaoyang seriously. Even if they bullied Xiaoyang, as long as they didn't go overboard, the family wouldn't make things difficult for these high-ranking guards. The so-called senior guard was naturally a rank 7 warrior and above. This kind of person was also the target of the major clans and represented the strength of the clan. Xiaoyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and waited calmly. Not long after, 2 figures floated over from 2 different directions. They were Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao. Xiaoyang, we're even now. Why did you call us? Xiao Jingtian asked with some dissatisfaction. Ever since he settled his grudge with Xiaoyang, he was completely free and was no longer under Xiaoyang's control. Naturally, he didn't need to act according to Xiaoyang's mood. Moreover, with his rank 6 warrior cultivation, he might be able to compete with Xiaoyang in the competition a month later. Xiao Qiao also had the same thought. She snorted and said, Xiaoyang, don't be ungrateful. If you push your luck, you'll be the one to suffer. Relying on her cultivation that wasn't inferior to Xiao Jingtian, she had enough qualifications to be arrogant and cold. So it's young Master Jingtian and Miss Qiao. When the 2 golden-armored guards saw the 2 of them, they hurriedly showed a fawning smile and went up to curry favor. They knew that the 2's parents held important management positions in the Poison Pavilion, so they needed to flatter them. One of the guards glared at Xiaoyang and said, Young Master Jingtian, Miss Qiao. This guy threatened to enter the Poison Pavilion. I stopped him. Then he glared at Xiaoyang and snorted coldly. Why aren't you scramming? If you block young Master Jingtian and Miss Qiao's path, you'll have to bear the consequences. Xiaoyang still crossed his arms and looked at the 2 guards with a smile that wasn't a smile. These 2 guards didn't understand the situation at all. If they knew that this token was given by Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao, they probably wouldn't have enough time to suffer. Bastard, you're courting death. After provoking young Master Jingtian and Miss Qiao, you still dare to provoke them so impudently. When one of the guards saw that not only did Xiaoyang not retreat, but instead revealed a ridiculing smile to provoke him, he was unable to endure it any longer. After he shouted out explosively, he immediately attacked Xiaoyang with the intention of slapping Xiaoyang flying. But at the instant he made a move, Xiao Qiao directly swung a slap onto the guard's face, causing his face to burn with pain, and the slap caused the guard to be dumbstruck. I'm working for you, all right? Why are you hitting people without distinguishing between friend and foe? Xiao Qiao was extremely furious. Her beautiful face was icy cold, and the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have lowered by a few degrees. No wonder Xiaoyang called them over. So it turned out that the tokens they gave weren't recognized by him. This could be considered to have failed to keep their promise, and once Xiaoyang pursued the matter, then the grudge that had been settled earlier would be brought up once more. They didn't want to bring up the grudge that was humiliating and threatening, but these 2 infuriating idiots had actually offended Xiaoyang. So how could Xiao Qiao not be furious? Impudent! What audacious servants! You even dare to offend young Master Xiaoyang. Young Master Xiaoyang is a member of the Poison Medicine Pavilion, so naturally he can enter and leave as he pleases. You guys are too audacious. Xiao Qiao was unable to restrain her anger as she shouted at the 2 guards. This caused the 2 guards to tremble with fear and their faces to turn pale. They immediately knelt on the ground and trembled as they said, Young Miss Qiao, we deserve to die. We know our mistake. Although they didn't understand what was so great about Xiaoyang, and wasn't he just a piece of trash, but looking at Xiao Qiao and Xiao Jingtian's cold attitude, they immediately understood that Xiaoyang wasn't someone they could offend. Even if they had the cultivation of a 7th martial warrior, which was higher than Xiao Jingtian, Xiao Qiao, and Xiaoyang's cultivation, servants were still servants in the end. They were only high-ranking servants of a Xiao family. Only then did Xiao Qiao turn around with a gentle smile on her face. Facing Xiaoyang, she sweetly said, Brother Xiaoyang, you see, this is a misunderstanding. Why don't we just forget about it? Seeing Xiao Qiao, Oi's humble attitude toward Xiaoyang, the two guards trembled even more and even regretted to the extreme. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have listened to that person's instructions.